Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah. We have a very full day, so we're going to get started right away. I'm Leslie Stein, Director of the Government Law Center here at Albany Law School, and I'm here to welcome all of you, our speakers, our panelists, our moderators, and our attendees, both here in the building and virtually, to this symposium on racism, wealth, equity, and the law. I also want to give a special welcome to New York State Bar Association President Richard Lewis. Today's program addresses a vital topic of great consequence to our society. It is the culmination of several years of study, discussion, and hard work propelled by the June 12, 2021 statement of T. Andrew Brown, the then president of the New York State Bar, that he intended to, quote, convene a task force on racism, social equity, and the law with an eye toward building on the work the association has undertaken to address some of the most intransigent regulations, laws, and structures that are collectively holding us back as a society from achieving true equity, end quote. The task force that President Brown envisioned was indeed created and consisted of 6 subcommittees comprised of dozens of attorneys. Those subcommittees addressed the following topics: criminal justice, economic opportunities, education, environmental justice, health, and housing. The task force issued a report covering the history of racism, social inequity, and the law in New York, and the current conditions for people of color in New York State. That report was approved by the State Bar House of Delegates on January 20th, 2023. Significantly, the report set forth 12 recommendations of the task force to dismantle structural racism. I urge you to read that report. Following publication of the report, members of the task force reached out to the Government Law Center in May 2023 with a proposal to collaborate on creating a program to coincide with the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. After some preliminary discussions, we joined forces with other members of the Albany Law School faculty and staff to make that happen. We ultimately concluded that to do justice to the significance of the subject, we could not produce a comprehensive symposium in time to coincide with the 60th anniversary of the march. We therefore decided to sponsor 2 events. The first event, entitled The March on Washington 60 Years Later, Our Progress and the Journey Toward Equity That Remains, was held at the State Bar Center in Albany on November 1st, 2023. It featured inspiring remarks by Hasna Mohammed, the moderator of one of today's panels, Chief Judge Rowan D. Wilson, and T. Andrew Brown. The second event, the symposium presented to you today, is the result of many months of conversations, planning, and preparation by a dedicated group of people too numerous to mention individually. Suffice it to say that the group included members of the original State Bar Task Force and staff members, Albany Law School faculty, Albany Law School staff of the Government Law Center, DEI office, communications department, and members of the legal community, to mention a few. Today's program is focused on 3 of the areas addressed by the State Bar Task Force report: housing, health, and education. The speakers and panelists, all of whom have significant expertise in their respective areas, will discuss the history and the current status of racial inequity in New York, as well as suggestions for future and the challenges ahead. I extend my gratitude to everyone who made this event possible, and I thank all of you for attending and committing to the work to come. On a much lighter note, just to remind everyone who's here in the building that we do have refreshments available to you throughout the morning, which are to your right, my left, through the door here. And with that, I will turn the program over to Clotel Drakeford.
Good morning, everyone. It is so wonderful to see those of you who could attend this symposium in person. And yet we are thrilled to have so many of you who could not be here today, but are joining us virtually via Zoom. On behalf of the members of the Planning Committee of this symposium, along with our distinguished speakers, moderators, and panelists, thank you for giving us of your time and attention today. I wanted to welcome you both as a proud alumna of Albany Law School, class of 2011, and a member of the New York State Bar Association to our symposium on racism, wealth equity, and the law. In 2021, I served as a member of the task force on racism, social equity, and the law. This task force, as you just heard, was convened by NYSBA President T. Andrew Brown, who is with us today, and led by co-chairs Taya R. Grays and Lillian M. Moy. Where are you, Lillian? I saw her earlier. Oh. I want to thank you sincerely from the bottom of my heart for your leadership, as well as yours, Andrew, in convening this task force. And Taya couldn't be with us, unfortunately, today. When President Brown formed the task force on June 12, 2021, as you heard, I'm going to expound on the quote though. He stated, "I will convene a task force on racism, social equity, and the law with an eye toward building on the work of the association has undertaken to address some of the most intransit regulations, laws, and structures that are collectively holding us back as a society from achieving true equality. We will strive to see every issue we tackle this year through the lens of equity, as we know all too well that racism and injustice pervades almost every aspect of our lives." With that as our charge, the mission of the task force was to examine how structural racism permeates and influences facets of daily life, leading to injustice and equality among New Yorkers. The task force created 6 subcommittees: criminal justice, economic opportunity, education, environmental justice, health and housing, that examined the key issues that cause structural racism to be entrenched and persistent. These subcommittees enabled the task force to focus on pivotal areas in which the association can take meaningful action to attack structural racism and affect meaningful societal transformation. The task force mission is grounded in the association's purposes as outlined in the association's bylaws. Quote, "To promote reform in the law, to facilitate the administration of justice, to apply its knowledge and experience in the field of the law, to promote the public good." Close quote. Our mission reflects this association's deep commitment to examining the role that the law and the association's members can play in seeking justice, equity, and fairness, promoting the public good. Now, I've actually just read from the executive summary of our comprehensive report, which makes multiple recommendations to dismantle structural racism in New York State. I would encourage you to read the report. It is quite voluminous, but it's quite comprehensive. And I hope we can put it in the chat for those who are online. It can be found at NYSBA Task Force on Racism Social Equity and the law 11.1122 final with changes accepted. I hope we can get that in there at some point today so that you have access to it electronically. A key recommendation in the report called for further study via a commission to address the ongoing wealth gap suffered by persons of color who are descendants of slaves after the issuance of the Emancipation Proclamation by President Abraham Lincoln in 1863 and the passage of the Civil Rights Act a little over 100 years later in 1964. After thoroughly outlining the history of de facto and de jure discrimination within New York State, the report further calls for many changes, including the way in which New York State confers licenses for appraisers and mortgage lenders to root out impermissible race-based bias that still lingers in these industries as one more example of ongoing structural racism. The report was unanimously adopted by the New York State Bar Association House of Delegates at its annual meeting in January of 2023. This is now the official policy of the New York State Bar Association. In collaborating with the Government Law Center of Albany Law School and putting this symposium together, we are now able to highlight the goals of the report and ascertain the feasibility of many of our most important recommendations through appropriate research. There is no better think tank and partner within this state, in my humble opinion, than the Albany Government Law Center to continue to examine how New York lawyers, as well as citizenry and residents of the state, can begin to dismantle structural racism. As you heard, in the fall, we held a reception commemorating the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington, where Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. gave his historic and infamous "I Have a Dream" speech to the nation. As you all very well know, this march served as the catalyst for the passage of the Civil Rights Act nearly a year later, which we are also embracing and celebrating and acknowledging today. We wish we could have held this program in July. July 2nd is when the official 60th anniversary will occur, but classes at Albany Law School will not be in session, and many of you will be traveling and on vacation. Many of the demands made during the civil rights movement to eradicate systemic racism under law involve the need for fair housing, employment among segments of the American people, as well as the improvement of education. The task force report was written in recognition that we still have far more work to do to achieve these goals. While it is most appropriate to celebrate the progress that we have made as a beloved state and nation 60 years after the passage of the Civil Rights Act, the time has come for us to embrace that this was a starting point for changing the character of our nation and making it illegal to be racist in matters of public accommodations, and as it relates to education and voting. When this landmark legislation was debated in the Senate in 1964, Republican Minority Leader Everett M. Dirksen from Illinois stated on June 10th, 1964, that stronger than all armies is an idea whose time has come, close quote. He was quoting Victor Hugo. He went on to state that, quote, "The time has come for equality of opportunity and sharing in government, in education, and in employment. It will not be stayed or denied. It is here." This is where we are with confronting the remnants of structural racism as it relates to the known wealth gap of people of the African diaspora who are descendants of the freed slaves of 1864. It is time for us to examine this long-standing problem and take meaningful measures for redress and retribution under law. It will not be stayed or denied. It is here. We are most fortunate to have the support of living legend and lion of the civil rights movement, Ambassador Andrew J. Young, who graciously agreed to prepare some pre-recorded remarks for this occasion. We will be hearing from him during our lunch hour, so please stay tuned in for those of you who are live streaming our program. He wanted to be here personally, but actually celebrated his 92nd birthday on March the 12th last week. And he had travel plans already that prevented him from joining us. I actually have a large birthday card that I'm going to pass around, and I hope that you all can sign it. I'll pass it around throughout the day. And we're going to send it to him, and we're going to thank him for his service to our state and our nation. He actually resided in New York in the 1950s for a period of time, briefly. And for those who are live streaming, we are recording this program, so you are welcome to leave birthday greetings or salutations in the chat. We will print it out and include it as a part of the card. With that said, we will begin with our first panel, correct?
Keynote.
Oh, okay. I haven't had coffee this morning. I apologize.
I'm happy to introduce Professor Ciji Dodds of Albany Law School.
Let's get started. On April 6, 1712, in New York City, a group of 23 enslaved Africans armed themselves with axes, knives, guns, and permanently ignited fears of Black revolutionary contagion and insurrection. Throughout the spring of 1741, 13 fires spontaneously erupted throughout Lower Manhattan. Spontaneously. It was rumored, of course, we don't have definite proof, it was rumored to be a consequence of a planned slave insurrection conspiracy entered into by, between, and among enslaved Black people, enslaved African people, poor whites, and poor white indentured servants for the purpose of taking down the established political order and socioeconomic structure, which equally, in some regards, not in all regards, there's a difference between 7 years and a lifetime, but in some regards, oppressed all of them. As a result, 172 people were arrested, 34 people were executed, they were hanged, or they were burned alive at the stake. And so I say all of this because in speaking about racism, in speaking about structural racism, what we are speaking about is violence. Racism is violence. Structural racism is structural violence. Specifically, it is racialized structural violence. It is race-based structural violence. It's laws and policies and cultures and norms and systems designed to further white supremacy for the oppression of Black and brown people throughout both this nation, as well as once America came of age, global nations, Black and brown nations throughout the world. It's the type of violence that lynches, that rapes, that whips, that pours brine into the open wounds of enslaved people. It's latent violence. It is a violence that percolates beneath the surface of society, waiting to be triggered by our most base instincts. Waiting to see who will accede to the call of cruelty and wantonness. It is the type of violence that is embedded into this nation's foundational order. Beginning, of course, with the 13 original colonies. I don't know if you guys know that song from elementary school. Scout 'em, tell all about. I love that song. So you know, I can say all of the states in alphabetical order. All right, back to the topic. The Declaration of Independence, and of course, Thomas Jefferson's deleted passage, in which he tried to gaslight everyone by saying that, oh my God, we still have slaves because King George imposed it upon us and we just have no choice but to keep them because he was a slaveholder by compulsion of his times, when really he was a slaveholder by compulsion of law. But again, that's another story. It's the Declaration of Independence that was signed predominantly by slaveholders, including the New Yorkers. Everyone from New York who signed the Declaration of Independence was a slaveholder. It's embodied in the 27th grievance of the Declaration of Independence, where the term domestic insurrections is used as a euphemism, not entirely for slave rebellions, but in large part. Why? Because King George's greatest crime during the Revolutionary War was offering freedom to enslaved Black people who agreed to fight on behalf of the British. Thomas Jefferson referred to it as horrors, but really the horror was Black liberation. The horror was the fact that Black people exercised agency and did not accede to a purity test by fighting for the man who was responsible for their enslavement. It's the type of violence that is concretized and institutionalized by our Constitution. How many constitutions do we have? Yes. Yes.
Oh.
We have one. Anybody else?
51.
Why do you say 51? You're talking about federal.
Oh,
It's okay, but that was good. That's really good. Very clever. Well, some people would argue, and I would argue, that we actually have two constitutions. We have the Founders' Constitution that folks argue is a constitution of compromises, and I argue is in fact the constitution of collusion, because agreeing to slow genocide of Native American people and Black and brown people is not a compromise, that's collusion. So we have the Founders' Constitution, and we have the Reconstruction Constitution, which includes the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments that was designed to fulfill the promises of this country and still has yet to fulfill the promises of this country. And in that Founders' Constitution, we see more violence. We see the violence in the not so obvious anti-slavery provisions, such as the Commerce Clause, such as Article 5 with its carve-out, which in effect gave Southern states quasi-federal power, so much power that they could actually trump the rights of we the people. It's the Constitution that contained, of course, the obvious ones, the 3/5 Compromise, the Fugitive Slave Clause, the Slave Trade Clause, the Domestic Insurrections Clause, the Domestic Violence Provisions, and surprise, surprise, the Second Amendment. It is the Constitution that was designed to define the body politic by negation. The body politic as articulated by Justice Taney. If you've ever seen him, he's evidence that racism makes you look really horrible. As my students described him, he looked like he was melting. It's the Constitution that established that Black and brown people were not included in the body politic. They were not designed to be the constituent members of the sovereignty that constitutes the body politic. When we talk about violence, meaning when we talk about structural racism and racism, we're talking about the Supreme Court that has further ratified and sanctioned and institutionalized racism in ways that still currently exist. In cases such as Johnson v. McIntosh, cases that completely dehumanize Native Americans. The slaughterhouse cases, Cruikshank, the civil rights cases, Plessy v. Ferguson, Korematsu, Graham v. Connor, and LA v. Lyons. It's a type of violence that's codified by immigration laws, such as the Chinese Exclusion Act, the Page Act of 1875, and Texas's recent XB4. It's a type of violence that presents, as we're speaking today, as painful bleeding gums, as endemic gingivitis as a result of lead poisoning, as a result of neurotoxins and environmental racism, chronic asthma attacks, eczema, the health consequences of structural racism, and hence the health consequences of structural violence that has been racialized. Thus, when we're talking about structural racism, we're talking about racialized structural violence, which is a violent, ever expanding and contracting matrix of self-regenerating cellular networks and power relations, and to be specific, asymmetrical power relations, and power structures that operate concurrently to inflict unrelenting violence upon Black and Brown people, thereby depriving them of peace. The peace of an existence free from threatened and actual domination and exploitation. Structural racism attacks survival needs, identity needs, well-being, and freedom. Structural racism is violence that manifests as epigenetics, educational disparities, environmental racism, healthcare disparities. We think about it now, obstetric racism, obstetric violence, maternal mortality rates. It presents as the absence of class mobility, political powerlessness, low socioeconomic status, and what I would argue, a bifurcated legal system. A legal system in which technically, we have colorblind de jure laws that operate at the surface level and above the surface level if we go along with what America propagates. So above the surface level of society. But then if we look at the actual outcomes, the actual disparities in sentencing, it becomes apparent that there's in fact a different body of law. There's a subterranean body of law that we like to hide. A body of law that is white supremacist oriented, that impacts the way the rule of law is interpreted and applied to people of color. More violence. These are the laws that perpetuate the adverse health consequences, the continued criminalization of Black people, the health disparities, the residential segregation, and the residential hypersegregation. Yet, this is the sunshine, part of the sunshine, first part of the sunshine. Yet, why we're all here, it is the nimbleness of the law that gives us all hope. It is the push and the pull of the law and the people who actually believe in the law as something that can be used for positive change. I think for most people in here, at least because you're here, you believe somewhat in the law. So while we can recognize that there is inherent violence in our rule of law, we can all also recognize that we possess the power to choose how the law is interpreted and applied. And when it does not reach the standards that allow for equality and equity, we at least try. And so as I lead into discussing these three areas, I just want to be clear. I'm talking about violence. I don't want this to render you pessimistic in any ways, pessimistic or helpless. However, what I am attempting to do is to illuminate the issues, perhaps in a way that you have never thought about before. Maybe because I spend all of my time reading, which is a luxury a lot of people don't get to do. I spend all of my time reading. I read a lot. I'm waiting to have glasses. I make it a point to print everything out and plant trees on Arbor Day. Because what I've learned is reading on computer screens destroys my eyes. So that is a life hack. Because for about 6 months, I was doing discovery and my eyes died. And I realized it was the screens. And so I stopped reading on screens and they're perfectly fine. Okay, well, yeah, okay, I digress. But the purpose of this illumination and my very different approach to it is so that we all can reach our goals. So now I take a different approach to health because that's what I do. I'm a bit disruptive. And so what I want to look at is health in the aspect of the massifying consequences of drug laws, the criminalization of drug abuse, not looking at the sources of addiction, not looking at the roots of drug dealing. The racialized addiction narratives, the racialized drug use narratives that actually, in conjunction with incarceration, has been shown, impacts the health of entire communities, the actual physical and psychological health of entire communities. So for instance, studies have been done on pregnant women in communities in which racialized policing and arrest and police brutality is rampant, showing that they suffer from higher levels of psychological distress, sustained higher levels of psychological distress. In these communities, which oftentimes are minority majority communities that are marred by urban decay and environmental racism, that is exacerbated by policing, because if you make a lot of money, you don't want to live there. It is what it is. That health outcomes of policing alone impacts everyone. And so what I want to look at is more violence. What does this violence look like? Through the lens of 3 types of violence, which most people don't know about. We have anomic violence. We have status-oriented violence. And we have juridical violence. With respect to anomic violence, that is violence that describes the blows that are delivered for their own sake, or at best, to sate an appetite born of frustration, anger, or sadism. We have status-oriented violence, typically attends policing in poor minority communities. I contend it actually also applies to health care situations. We saw it most recently just as something that went viral in the woman who went to the clinic in Philadelphia, and there was a physician's assistant who repeatedly verbally assaulted her, claimed she wasn't feeling pain when she was pregnant, claimed that she was just making up things when she said that she couldn't work. It is violence that is meted out for being disrespectful, for deigning to be a person of color and being disrespectful. Juridical violence finds its expression in excessive force doctrine. I would also argue it finds its expression in a variety of ways in which the legal system is weaponized against people of color in all regards. Juridical violence finds its way into maternal policing. I don't know if you all recall when there was a proliferation of laws that required pregnant women to be drug tested. South Carolina in particular set up an entire regime with the police in which they were drug testing women and establishing a chain of custody so that the women who were found to have been on drugs and pregnant were in fact arrested. And so looking at objectively reasonable grounds for enacting violence. And so when we look at it just solely in the context of policing and the impact it has on health disparities in communities, you're looking at the psychological and the somatic consequences of racial profiling. The psychological and the somatic consequences of disparate arrests and sentencing and police brutality. The psychological and the somatic consequences of stop, question and frisk, because that's always a good idea. The psychological and somatic consequences of broken windows policing, which also, by the way, has a substantial impact on mothers who are of color. Because oftentimes these broken windows police policies, which has been alleged that it's no longer happening, but it is in fact happening. What happens is you get arrested, you get some sort of crazy fine, you can't get out of jail. Oh, look, your kids, maybe you're a single mother, your kids are stuck in school, you can't pick them up. Now there's a welfare call to social services. Now you have a social services case. You're waiting to get out of jail. You lose your job. There's questions about your fitness to be a parent. All of these things happen as a function of structural violence, which is what? Structural racism. And so what happens? We end up with geographical carceral spaces. An example of this is what we have in New York, all over the place. If we look down the street, we see it in Arbor Hill, Albany. We see it in a space where if you look at the actual health statistics, if you look at the actual housing statistics and the educational outcomes, you see a theme of carcerality. You see a theme of oppression and subjugation. And in these carceral spaces, we see the manifestation of the racialized state of exception, where the rule of law and juridical order is no longer attached to Black and brown bodies in a variety of contexts, except when it comes to the punitive power of the law. We see in these spaces, they operate as legal black holes. Physical boundaries are enforced through means which otherwise would be unconstitutional. The population suffers from environmental racism, from urban decay, from the actual health consequences of being in an area that is not aesthetically pleasing. There are, in fact, health consequences to being surrounded, just visually surrounded by urban decay. In these geographical spaces, we see lead pipes. There's lead in the water. And so what do we also see? We see residential segregation and hypersegregation. Which in most instances in the United States is a consequence of intentionality. Sustained intentional conduct, sustained continual laws and policies designed overtly to segregate and then subversively to segregate. Because as Fanon mentioned, the vulgar, oversimplified or simplified racism is no longer in vogue. We now have more insidious forms of racism. We now have Wells Fargo. We now have variable rate mortgages. We now have balloon mortgages to sustain segregation and hypersegregation. We have spatial wars that sometimes we call white flight. We have spatial wars that include zoning policies that allow for industrial plants, for pollutants to be dumped in rivers, in ponds and lakes, specifically in Black and brown neighborhoods. Again, more violence, more adverse health outcomes. We have a dearth of municipal services. We have a tax base that is not high enough to sustain a healthy community. We have low appraisal values before gentrification is on the horizon. And then all of a sudden there's high property tax values. I've seen it happen in Anacostia, DC, where high property tax values become inflated when it's time to bring in folks. Why? Because then the folks who already live there cannot afford to pay property taxes. They get property liens, and guess who shows up to pay the property liens at the property tax sale? The developers, just in case you know. The developers, the individuals who are looking to take advantage of residential segregation and the economic impact that it has had. It's trash not being picked up. Residential segregation is about massifying and concentrating violence on entire populations of people. And so in New York, where do we see it? Well, we saw it with Robert Moses in his overt plans to segregate neighborhoods using parks and highways that are strategically placed to displace communities of color without any regard for them. We see them in the most recent Fair Housing Report that found that 1/3 of folks lived in segregated communities in New York, and specifically 95% of Black people live in highly segregated communities, which should not be any surprise to anyone at all who lives here, or to anyone who's ever looked for a home, but I'll get there in a minute. And so how is housing violent? Again, zoning ordinances, that's violence. It's the absence of political capital and the absence of political power to determine real health outcomes for your community. Zoning ordinances, have you ever wondered why when you go into poor minority neighborhoods, the first thing you see are bright red lights flashing liquor? That's the first thing I normally see. I see bars, I see cameras. I see no grocery stores. No real grocery stores. I see corner stores. Don't see a lot of healthy food. You can't buy fruit in bulk in a lot of places. You have to buy individual oranges or individual apples, those sorts of things. I don't see healthy restaurants, even though every now and then you just do need something that is deep fried with a lot of butter. But you don't need it every day. I see carryouts. I don't see juice bars. All of the things that make a community healthy. And I can't emphasize this enough. There's lead in the drinking water. And we know that there is lead in the drinking water. And so you have the intergenerational transfer of adverse health consequences. You have the mother who drank the lead in the drinking water, who transmitted it to her baby in utero. You have the baby already exposed to lead water, drinking lead water every day at home and at school. You have that baby or that child at some point who hopefully doesn't experience a lot of the consequences of lead water, which can actually present as developmental issues, as behavioral issues. But, you know, folks like to pretend that, nope, these are just poor Black and brown kids who don't know how to act and who have terrible parents. All of this attributable to structural racism, to direct racism, and hence violence. And now we come to education. And so here I like to begin with one of my favorite topics since I've moved to upstate New York. The myth of Northern liberalism. The Washington Post referred to this area of the country, specifically New York, as the Jim Crow North. So when I moved up here, what I thought was absolutely hilarious was that people asked me where I was from. And I told them, so I'm a military kid, but I was born in Mississippi. Then I went to elementary school in Texas. Then we moved to North Carolina. No, then we moved to Virginia. Then we moved to North Carolina. Then we moved to Hawaii, which was absolutely as amazing as it sounds. And then we moved back to North Carolina because my dad was smart enough to know that if we stayed in the state for at least 2 years, I could get in-state residency at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, go Hills. I didn't want to go, like most teenagers. I didn't want to go because my parents were telling me to go, but it was the best decision ever. It was absolutely amazing. Send your kids there, no matter how much it costs. It's 100% worth it. Just like eat soup or something. But anywho, people always ask, they're like, oh, aren't you so happy to be up here? Because the South is just so terrible and the South is just so racist. I have experienced more racism in Albany, New York than I ever experienced in the South. The difference is that people gaslight and people are liars. That's the difference. And so what does that difference do? It makes the people who are from this area feel like they are crazy. It makes the people who've never lived anywhere else, the kids who grow up here, think that, no, this is the North. This cannot be happening to me. My education cannot be adversely impacted by this. This can't be a situation in which my teacher thinks that I don't have the capacity to go to college, and that's why she's doing this to me. No, I actually just don't have the capacity to go to college. I actually don't have the capacity to be an electrician because that's what she told me. And so when people say the South is just so bad, I'm sure it was so horrible to you, my response is a very Southern response, which is bless your heart. A lot of times, bless your little heart, which is extra Southern response. And if you know what it means when someone says, bless your little heart. Because the myth of Northern liberalism is how you end up with the KKK marching in New York. Is how I end up not driving very far away from Albany because I absolutely know better. I know when to turn around. And so what does that mean? Is that, as Andrew Del Bonzo described, slave capitalism in the North, because it was slave capitalism. People oftentimes refer to it as slavery, but it was slave capitalism. It's the reason why our nation was able to exist economically in order to be independent and to have a valid statehood recognition claim. So the difference was not the absence or presence of slavery, but the fact that in the former, it was visible everywhere, while in the latter, it was visible almost nowhere. That's how you end up with the Commerce Power slave import bargain. It's how we ended up with the Commerce Clause. I bet you didn't learn that in constitutional law. The Commerce Clause was in fact an agreement between the New England states and the Southern states. It's how you end up with the contradiction of the Slave Trade Clause. If slaves are items of commerce, why can they not be regulated by Congress? And therefore, why does Congress not have the power to abolish slavery? Why? Because there was an agreement. The North and the South. That was not a compromise. It's how you end up with George Wallace in Madison Square Garden to a sold out crowd. We all know Alabama Governor George Wallace, one of the most horrible human beings ever alive. I put him up there with genocidal psychopathic maniac Andrew Jackson, who we still tote around in our pockets, but that's a story for another day. George Wallace in Madison Square Garden, 1968, during his presidential campaign, sold out crowd. Oh, look, the Northern liberalism. And so how does that show up in education? And why did I tie the two together? One of the fundamental laws of slavery was you can't read. And that fundamental law has trickled over into how education for people of color has been approached. It's how we end up with the backlash to Brown versus Board of Education, to anti-busing campaigns in 1959. It's how we end up with Eleanor Butler and her daughter, who was 6 years old at the time, who was arrested for loitering, for conducting a sit-in at a white elementary school in Lynbrook, New York. It's how we end up with parents who enter into minority majority neighborhoods, take over the schools, displace children using a lot of different things, a lot of different mechanisms, using test scores, those sorts of things, or creating specialty schools. And then when New York makes efforts to rezone the schools in order to make them less segregated, because by the way, New York City is one of the most segregated school districts in the entire country, one of the absolute most, you end up with fights. Fights over education. Fights over the right to equal access to education, to equal access to a great education, to equity, at least in some regards. And thus, in looking at this educational segregation in New York City, what do we see? Over 8 in 10 Black students and over 7 in 10 Latino students attend a school where more than 90% of their classmates are students of color. 34% of white students are enrolled in schools that are over half white. What's the violence there? What are the violent consequences? Well, number one, resource disparities. Now, I haven't volunteered at a local school or school in New York City, but I would be willing to bet that some of them are akin to the schools in Anacostia, DC, where I ran a nonprofit for quite a bit of time. And in those schools, what you saw was an absence of resources, and it was intentional. There was no other way. The superintendent knows when a school does not have adequate heat. A superintendent knows when just the physical environment of a school is not conducive to learning. When most of us probably went to elementary school, we had bright paintings on the wall and yellow paint and pink paint and red paint and flowers painted everywhere. We didn't have bland gray cement walls. We didn't have dirty windows. We didn't have books that were ripped up. We didn't have any of those things. That's violence. It's academic steering, another form of structural racism and hence structural violence. Academic steering, whether the consequence of unconscious or conscious bias, whichever way you want to characterize it, I don't believe in unconscious bias. I think people know what they're doing. I think people are just really good at lying to themselves and other people about it. But anyway, it happens when students are steered in a certain direction based on their perceived capabilities. Violence. It impacts your ability, or it can impact your ability to make a living for yourself. Depending on the neighborhood that you live in, it can impact your social mobility, your ability to get out of that particular neighborhood, to have better health consequences for your family in the future. The violence is in the message that is being telegraphed, the message that you are unworthy of a basic education. And thus, what is the solution? Now, I read the task force report. It was absolutely fantastic. I had a great time reading it. I thought it was very comprehensive. And the first time I read it, I thought, well, why do they need me? Like, why can't somebody just show up and read the beginning, the introduction of this, and let's all be done with it? So this was a very interesting assignment for me. But anywho, so I came up with my own set of solutions. My set of solutions is to actually effectuate the Reconstruction Amendments, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, which I argue have not been fulfilled. If you look at the subsequent Supreme Court cases, the Slaughterhouse cases, the civil rights cases, Cruikshank, they gutted the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments such that they have been bastardized and manipulated in such a way that Congress has had to rely on the Commerce power in order to effectuate civil rights changes. But if we were to take another look at the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment and truly engage with them in an intellectually honest way, we could think about the solutions to all of the problems that we have identified. The end.
Okay, please bear with us as we get set up for the first panel of the day.
I don't know, you know, it was very, very.
So where is,
I would try to what? And nobody, we're like, and I like.
Together.
Well, yeah, I felt like. That was really, really good.
good, how are you?
You know, I feel like. Part of me is like super conspiratorial. Yes, feel like.
Some of that.
Chairing somebody and like.
No,
you know,
nothing like that.
It's that conspiratorial.
Yeah, that's, no, no.
That's what I-
Hello, Dr. Taylor and Samantha
Hey, how
Dodds.
you doing?
Yeah.
All right, whenever you're ready, we can get started.
Okay, can everyone hear me? Okay, thank you. Thanks everyone for joining us. I know if you're not in school, at least for me, a 9 a.m. start is really early. So thank you for showing up, both online and in person. My name is Williams, ESQ. I'm the Deputy Director of a legal services organization, Neighborhood Legal Services in Buffalo, New York. So I'll just say Buffalo has entered the chat as someone who's lived in Albany and did not really enjoy the experience. I'll say, but then I moved to Buffalo for work, and I think Buffalo would say to Albany, "Here, hold my purse." So this panel will be discussing racism, wealth equity, and housing. Our first panelist is Samantha. I don't want to, Darche? I'm sorry, is that how you pronounce?
Darsh, like think
Darsh.
Darshowski, not like fancy French people.
Samantha Darsh, who's with the Department of Financial Services, whose stated mission is to build equitable financial systems that benefit all citizens and businesses in New York. And Samantha will be the first panelist, and I think she has to leave after her presentation. So thank you so much, Samantha, for joining us. I know you're very busy.
It's my pleasure.
So if you could sort of explain the mission of the Department of Financial Services as it relates to banking and financial services.
Of course. So the Department of Financial Services regulates the activities of approximately 3,000 banking, insurance, virtual currency, and other financial institutions with assets totaling more than $9 trillion. This includes over 1,200 depository and non-depository financial service providers and nearly 1,800 insurance companies. DFS provides an average of nearly $1 billion to the state and New Yorkers every year through restitution to consumers and healthcare providers, penalties paid to the state general fund, and DFS assessment revenue reappropriated to other state entities. The department's operating expenses are assessed upon regulated entities under Section 206 of the Financial Services Law and are not a cost to taxpayers. The department's mission is that the department seeks to build an equitable, transparent, and resilient financial system that benefits individuals and supports business. Through engagement, data-driven regulation, and policy and operational excellence, the department and its employees are responsible for empowering consumers and protecting them from financial harm, ensuring the health of the entities we regulate, driving economic growth in New York through responsible innovation, and preserving the stability of the global financial system. One of our core policy values is equity. Under Superintendent Adrian Harris's leadership, DFS has expanded its focus on kitchen table issues, taking a more proactive approach to protecting consumers by implementing new laws, promulgating new regulations, and issuing regulatory guidance to enhance transparency and returning money directly to New Yorkers in the form of restitution. The unit that I lead, the Consumer Examination Unit, or CEU, ensures that regulated institutions abide by the state's consumer protection, fair lending, and Community Reinvestment Act laws and regulations, among many other things, including administering the state's Banking Development District program, evaluating regulated institutions, branching investment and merger applications, and housing the department's Student Protection Unit, which helps student borrowers and licenses and regulates regularly examined student loan servicers. So that's just a start.
Thanks, Samantha. So it is well established that homeownership is inextricably tied to wealth accumulation and financial stability. However, as we can see around us, there is evidence that today racial segregation is still persistent. And although redlining is illegal, there is still an abundance of redlining or housing discrimination. Does the DFS sees itself as having a role in eliminating housing discrimination?
We do. The department has a number of tools to combat redlining and improve access to credit for New Yorkers. My team in CEU conducts two different kinds of examinations on a regular and ongoing basis. The first is under the Community Reinvestment Act. That's New York Banking Law 28B. That law was passed just a year after the Federal Community Reinvestment Act in 1977. The law was drafted to encourage banks to help meet the credit needs of their entire communities, especially low and moderate income neighborhoods. This law was drafted and passed as a response to historic redlining. The law requires the CRA requires banking institutions to lend and invest in the communities where they are located and lend to people and businesses of all income levels. The CRA focuses on income level, essentially whether the institutions are meeting the credit needs of low and moderate income individuals and neighborhoods, but not specifically on race. Under the CRA, we conduct regular examinations of all state chartered and foreign registered banks in New York. Those ratings and the reports that underlie them are publicly available on our website, and they include not only a quantitative and qualitative analysis of the bank's provided data, but include community contact interviews as well to ensure that we have sort of a check on what the community's needs actually are and whether the banks are meeting them. The CRA also has a role in a poor CRA rating or a downgraded CRA rating would affect a bank's ability to do certain business activities such as merge or acquire another institution. While discrimination would allow us to downgrade a bank's CRA rating, our fair lending examination is really where we are able to focus on race. The fair lending exams examine for compliance with state and federal fair lending laws, most of which, like CRA, came out of the recognition of historic redlining and denial of access to credit for communities of color. Specifically, we look at the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, that's 15 USC 1691, the Fair Housing Act, that's 42 USC 3601, and the New York Human Rights Law, which is Executive Law 296A. In these exams, we sort of take a dual-pronged approach. We look at whether the policies and procedures promulgated by the banks would permit discrimination, right? Whether the policies themselves on their face could have a discriminatory impact. But then we also go into the files and do first a statistical analysis of all the banks lending. And then if we see an anomaly, we go in and pull individual loan files. That's both acceptances and denials to make sure that we're not seeing an actual disparate impact. In addition to those two sort of regular exams that we're doing to combat redlining, Superintendent Harris formed a cross-agency redlining task force. And that task force has issued several reports focusing first on particular communities in New York, and then most recently in January, a report that focused on the whole state. And that team is also where we would make any referrals out of our fair lending or CRA exams if we saw evidence of redlining or discrimination.
Okay, so you just mentioned the reports that were done by the DFS. I think the first report in 2021 focused on Buffalo. The second report, I think in 2022, focused on Syracuse, Rochester, and Long Island. And the third one in 2023 was a all state focused on the state of New York in total. So could you briefly summarize the reports? And also, we sort of glossed over redlining. Could you define redlining and how redlining affects the characteristics of neighborhoods and communities in New York State?
Of course, I'll start there. Redlining is a form of housing discrimination that includes illegal practices, such as refusing to do business in a neighborhood based on the racial or ethnic composition of a neighborhood's population, or imposing more onerous terms on home loans in a particular neighborhood in a discriminatory manner. The term redlining derives from the historic practice of drawing quite literal red lines around certain neighborhoods that institutions would not serve. The history is sort of an important context here. In 1933, I believe, as we were struggling through the Great Depression, the U.S. government established the Homeowners Loan Corporation, which was authorized to purchase existing mortgages, some subject to imminent foreclosure, and to offer revised repayment terms to the borrowers. Although some of the work was beneficial, the most notorious after effect was the creation of color-coded security maps, which graded neighborhoods purportedly on the basis of their mortgage security risk level from safe, or an A, or green, to hazardous, a D, colored red. Hulk advised lenders that conservative, responsible lenders would refuse to make loans in hazardous areas. Frankly, the redlining and the guidance there was explicitly racist, right? It explicitly excluded communities of color and deemed them hazardous. Banks regulated by the federal government, unfortunately, used those guidelines explicitly up until the 1970s with the passage of those laws I mentioned earlier, ECOA, the Home Mortgage Disclosure Act, which we use literally every day, and the Community Reinvestment Act. We use that data that institutions are required to disclose pursuant to we call it HMDA, the Home Mortgage Disclosure Act, to analyze lending to communities across the state. And we started with a focus on areas with a significant history of discrimination in home lending. To start in our first report on Buffalo, Syracuse, and Rochester, Buffalo, like Syracuse, like Rochester, like a lot of areas of the country and the state, are still reckoning with the effects of the racism represented in the homeowners loan corporation descriptions. Redlining by lenders has continued to take place long after it was banned, and many areas deemed hazardous in the 1930s today remain segregated, with much higher proportions of low and moderate income families, 74%, and people of color, 64%, than the higher graded neighborhoods. In Buffalo, approximately 85% of people who identify as Black live in neighborhoods to the east of Main Street, which is where many of the 1930s redlined areas were located. These populations also continue to experience economic disadvantage, lack of access to quality financial services, environmental hazards, lower life expectancy, and worse health outcomes than the overall population. The homeownership rate for the Black population in Buffalo is also much lower than the white population. Similarly, in Syracuse, the Interstate 81 viaduct divided the city, and we still see that stark example where the 15th Ward was demolished, and Black residents were restricted from living in many other neighborhoods, are still home to communities that are disproportionately impacted and disproportionately denied home ownership. Like the others, the neighborhoods in Rochester that are primarily populated by Black people and immigrants, particularly the Crescent, remain a locus of concentrated poverty. At the time of when the security maps were published in the 1930s, the Rochester population was mostly white, with about 19% foreign-born and 1% Black residents. Over the following decades, however, the Black population increased substantially, due in part to increased migration from the South. And although the suburbs of Rochester expanded, mortgage lending remained largely unavailable in the redline neighborhoods. And this is where we started to see the rise of restrictive covenants that limited housing opportunities for minorities. We see that fullest expression with development on Long Island, though most of that development happened after the promulgation of those maps. This sort of post-war suburbanization, Levittown, all sort of inculcated this the restrictive housing covenants, which led to segregation and effective redlining on Long Island.
Thanks, Sam. So could you expand on the current state of mortgage lending in those cities, Buffalo, Syracuse, Rochester, and Long Island?
So the current state of mortgage lending in those locations really sort of breaks down on two lines, right? We look at in our reports lending in majority minority tracts and also lending to minority folks. And so we're looking along both of those measures. What we've seen is that of the US counties with older industrial cities, the highest racial income gaps are, unfortunately, some of them are here in New York. Erie County, Buffalo, ranked third in the nation with 108% gap between white people and people of color. And Monroe County or Rochester ranked fifth with 102% gap. and Onondaga County or Syracuse ranked 7th with a 92% gap.
It's not very promising. But
No,
so I know that the DFS has had some enforcement actions or settlements with banks and non-banking mortgage lenders or non-bank mortgage lenders. Could you briefly explain those actions or the settlements that were reached with those lenders?
so we've had several settlements, and those consent orders are available on our website. And we really focused on reforming the practices of those lenders. You know, one of the interesting facts we're looking at going forward is since the 2008 financial crisis, we've seen non-bank mortgage lending increase from something like 6% to something like 55% of loans originated in New York State. The sort of one of the next things we're tackling here at the department is extending CRA or CRA-like requirements to mortgage lenders to ensure that the whole industry and really the folks making the majority of mortgages are held to that same standard and are frankly disclosing data that we can share publicly and hopefully not only shine a light on those practices, but help disinfect them with that sunlight, right? And so that's sort of where we're looking next, is sort of holding the mortgage lending industry to the same standards that we've held our banks to historically.
Okay, Sam, I don't have any additional questions. Is there anything else you'd like to add about DFS's work or any forward-looking plans for addressing discrimination in London?
Yeah, so I'll add one thing that we added thanks to the legislature and the governor last year. We were able to adopt regulations to collect additional data on business lending. Sorry, not small business lending. That's the federal rule. On business lending in New York State. So our state chartered institutions are now required to collect data on minority and women-owned businesses, and that's to make sure that we're not seeing essentially discrimination in the business lending space the way we've historically seen it in the mortgage space. So focusing our attention on all kinds of lending, and I could tell you that we're looking more closely at auto lending, and of course, because of our mission, student lending as well, for these same pernicious effects. But really, thank you for letting me talk about these things that sometimes are a little nerdy. So I appreciate the opportunity to share that with you.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you for appearing this morning and presenting.
Thank you.
As Samantha mentioned, in the 1930s, the Home Equity Loan Corporation developed and, oh, I'm not holding the button. Oh. Just come on. Okay, good. I was here pressing the button the entire time. I really need that. For much of the 20th century, the federal government, private citizens, and municipalities created race-based policies with the primary objective of denying Blacks and other people of color equal access and equal opportunity to housing, mortgages, and other credit products. Professor Taylor, if you could sort of, because I think that it's important that we understand the history and the origins of this housing segregation so that we can have a conversation about how we move forward. And so Professor Taylor, who's also from Buffalo and knows a lot more about Buffalo than I do, and gave a presentation a few weeks ago, I think, on how we move forward in Buffalo. If you could just sort of take us through the history of these policies, both federal and private, that brought us to where we are currently.
Thank you. First of all, it's a tremendous pleasure to be with you. And I wish that my schedule had allowed me to be there in person. I think to understand what these dynamics are, we have to do two things. First, we have to understand how housing value was established when we created the system of mass home ownership back in the 1930s. The second thing that we have to understand is the role that the residential system that we created was to play in the development of American society in a new world order that would soon be created following World War II. Let's go back to 1932, because there's a lot more to this story than simply redlining. In 1932, when Frederick Babcock, a land appraiser, emerged as the one to figure out how to revolutionize the mortgage system. Before 1932, home buying was a tricky business. You had to pay 50% down. You'd have to buy and pay off that loan in 2 to 3 years. And so it was an age where a lot of people became homeowners by just building their own places, owner-built houses. So the key in revolutionizing the mortgage system was to be able to develop a method of determining the future value of housing. The future value, what will that house be worth in 30 years? And so Babcock, operating within the ideological, racist ideological frameworks, developed a theory of the neighborhood life cycle. Within the context of that theory, he said value is dictated by the racial composition of the neighborhood, the land use structure of that neighborhood, and the clustering of amenities within that community. And he argued that the presence of Blacks in a community signaled its rapid decline. But also low-income whites would do the same thing. So the system that Babcock developed centered around racial exclusivity, but also, and most important, the conditions, the physical conditions found in the environment. The physical conditions, the amenities that were found in the environment. So in doing so, two things occur. He creates the traditional white neighborhood as the model of what a neighborhood was. And that was based on racial exclusivity, clustering of owner-occupied houses, high levels of amenities. That also necessitated the creation of a reference neighborhood, an antithesis to the white neighborhood. And that would be places filled with Blacks and other low-income folks, surrounded by factories, railroad tracks, and industries decaying and dilapidated structures, and other negative forms of land use and property development. That became the antithesis. And so right now, that antithesis is embedded in people's minds. You ask someone, what does a great neighborhood that we're trying to integrate into look like? And that white image comes to your mind. And you say, well, what does a typical Black neighborhood look like? That image that Babcock constructed comes to your mind. So based on that system, which is still with us today, a hierarchical neighborhood system was constructed in the United States. The formula was simple. As a community became whiter and incomes increased, housing values went up. As it became increasingly exclusive and homogeneous. As a community became Blacker and incomes went down, and it became inclusive and diverse, housing values went down. We did an analysis of every municipality in Erie County, including Buffalo City. The formula works. You can do it in Albany. When that place becomes whiter and incomes go up and exclusivity sets in, value increases. So what redlining was about was the banks were saying those areas, because of the conditionality in them along with Black folks, are not going to be good places to invest in. There's more to it than just the Blackness. Now, let me quickly state that the United States is driven by what we call racial capitalism. In racial capitalism, racism and capitalism are intermixed into a singular system. And the secret to the ongoing reproduction of that system is to translate the racial hierarchy into a neighborhood hierarchy. And that neighborhood hierarchy is the key to sustaining, one, a workforce. That's the purpose of these neighborhoods in the bottom tier of the hierarchy, the Black and brown neighborhoods. They're designed to reproduce Blacks and brown folks as low-income workers in the low-pay sector of the labor market. And they create a system at the neighborhood scale of ongoing exploitation, dispossession, and wealth extraction from those communities. And they reproduce them across generations. At the opposite end of the scale, these developed white neighborhoods reproduce a community based on wealth accumulation, power, privilege, and resources. That's how the social order is maintained.
Thank you. That was really helpful. In 1968, after the assassination of Martin Luther King, a profound piece of legislation, the Fair Housing Act, was passed, which prohibited discrimination in the sale, rental, and financing of dwelling and other housing-related transactions. More importantly, I think, or equally important, was the mandate for municipalities and counties, whatever, who receive federal funding, there was a mandate that was included in the Fair Housing Act for them to affirmatively further fair housing. Obviously, that, for some reason, that hasn't had the effect that most people thought that it would, I think. But why do you think that 74 years after the passage of the Fair Housing Act, we're still having the conversation about segregated housing?
I think a couple of things, but let's go back to 1968. Because that's important to understand the dynamics that occurred at that particular moment of time to see where we are right now. There wasn't just the Fair Housing Act. That was heads, tails was the Housing and Urban Development Act. And the Housing and Urban Development Act was designed to pour literally millions and millions of dollars into the African-American community to promote home ownership and to develop those locations and areas. And so the Fair Housing Act and the Housing and Urban Development Act went hand in hand. On the fair housing side of the equation, Governor Romney became HUD secretary, and he established a program called Open Communities, and the intent was to integrate the suburban regions of the United States. And he was going to do that by pushing hard the construction of low-income housing settlements in municipalities across the country. So to get the federal funds, it was about more than just affirmatively acquiring fair housing. You had to actually build and construct these houses. Two things occurred. Thing number one was the Fair Housing Act itself never had much enforcement mechanisms to it at all. It was like a toothless tiger. Could roar, but couldn't bite anybody. The second dimension of that was these suburban communities engaged in monumental pushback against that movement to construct low-income housing in these areas and these communities. On the flip side, HUD and the banking and real estate industry shamelessly exploited the Black community in their quest for home ownership. I mean, it was just a shameful, shameful, shameful process, centering around selling people dilapidated and rundown housing, pretending that housing was up to code when it wasn't, selling people housing units that they knew could not make the mortgage so that they could foreclose and resell those properties again. Nixon pulled the plug on the open communities piece. HUD and many of these other folks became disgraced and discredited. A lot of people went to prison over that system. So the Fair Housing Act in later reiterations still had no teeth, still had no ability to actually punish individuals and people. So back to the larger questions you raised, why are housing patterns still segregated? It's segregated because the entire system of exploitation in the United States is based on housing segregation. It's a hierarchy of neighborhoods, segmented neighborhoods, with these neighborhoods playing specific roles in the political economy, producing workers at one hand and producing prison labor at the other hand. They're considered disposable communities, what we call sacrifice zones. And so when we talk about this idea of closing the wealth gap, you can't. It's a structural dynamic. And the system is based upon the existence of that. And so when we understand the segmentation of neighborhoods, they become submarkets. So the housing in a low, underdeveloped submarket is never going to be the same value as a house in a highly developed submarket. So when we get caught up into endless discussion about appraisals, appraisals only try to appraise value within a system that has produced the value. The appraisers don't create value. And the system that produced the value, that way we establish value, is racist. It's racist. And it's based upon the conditionality in neighborhoods. So we believe that we ought to stop playing the close the wealth gap and emphasize the close the quality of life gap and fight for shared forms of ownership, where we're battling not just for individual ownership and individual wealth accumulation, but how do we build collective ownership and community wealth? And in that process, we begin to dismantle the existing way in which value is associated, while simultaneously attaching, going back to Romney's strategy of saying, if you want federal dollars, you build low-income housing. And if you don't, the money that was going to you, we will send that money to these underdeveloped neighborhoods and invest in their growth and development and build a new model of neighborhood development that's based upon inclusion, belonging, shared ownership, and cooperative economic development. And as that model grows, the models based on exclusivity and homogeneity, we think we can begin to break that model down by punishing them, by pulling dollars away from those kinds of neighborhoods and communities. When you do that and put teeth in it, you have affirmatively fathered fair housing.
Thank you. So I think that the recommendation by the task force to reform the appraisal system is not going to fix all of the problems. But I think because of, and we have, 10, 15 anecdotal stories about homeowners who were either in the process of selling.
Yeah, but many of those stories are about housing units that were situated in more developed neighborhoods and communities. I mean, I've read many of the anecdotes. And one of the things when we talk about appraisals, and don't get me wrong, I think it is important to fix the appraisal system. But I think that the assumption underlying that fix is wrong. The assumption is that if you fix the appraisal system, that you're going to begin to close the gap, because the assumption is the gap, the wealth gap, is driven by the appraisal system. And that simply isn't the case. It just isn't the case. It's because the differences in value are driven by neighborhood segmentation. And the neighborhood segmentation is a function of the housing value system that has been constructed in the United States. So the appraisal system fixing it is important. Don't get me wrong by any stretch of the imagination, but that's not going to solve this problem of wealth inequality.
Thank you. I agree. And so.
Keisha, hello.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I just flash the CLE code for the online attendees real quick?
Go ahead.
All right, sorry about
Just
that.
keep hearing voices.
And for our online attendees, the MCLE verification code for this segment is the letter L as in lining, L as in landmark. I'll just leave it up for just a few more moments here. And one final time for our online attendees, the first MCLE verification code is the letter L as in landmark. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernesto. So we're going to, because of limited time, we're going to jump to the appraisal bias and the proposal for addressing some of the biases in the appraisal process. Caroline is going to, Caroline Nagy is going to answer some questions about that. So Caroline, how does bias in real estate valuations perpetuate housing segregation?
Thank you. Yeah, and thanks, so much for inviting me to be part of this panel. It is an honor to be here today with Keisha, who I've worked with for over a decade, including co-chairing New Yorkers for Responsible
I'm not that
Lending.
old.
And, the amazing framing marks by Professor Dodds and Dr. Taylor. I work for Americans for Financial Reform, which is a national organization dedicated to eliminating inequality and systemic racism in the financial system in service of a just and sustainable economy. And I think, appraisal bias, I think I completely agree with everything that Dr. Taylor said about appraisal bias. Fixing appraisal bias will not fix the racial wealth gap. It is a symptom rather than a cause. But at the same time, it is clearly a case of injustice when someone who is attempting to sell their home, participating in the housing wealth kind of economy that we have created over the last nearly 100 years, that their home is going to be valued less than someone else's because the appraiser, but just the act of perceiving that people of color, non-white people live in a house, that it is thereby less valued. That is a very clear injustice, and one that, while obviously not going to solve the problem, frankly, it's embarrassing that we haven't really taken this on today, because who is doing the appraising, and how do we train appraisers in New York? And I should say 78% of appraisers are men. In New York, 71% are 51 or older, and 85% are white. So we're looking at, this is not a representative group of the country. And I mean, I think it's a group that you can expect might be the most likely to have some prejudices about, what makes a home valuable and who should live in a valuable home. And it's even more shocking when we acknowledge that we have allowed the appraisal industry to be self-regulated, and you can't even just go apply to be a member of this profession. New York is one of the remaining states that still has an apprenticeship system. So, I mean, this is not an old white man's club by choice. It is an old white man's club by design. And I mean, if you think that you're going to get something approaching justice from that setup, I mean, it's baked in. So clearly, there has been a lot of work at this at the federal level. HUD has made this a really big priority, along with a number of the fair housing organizations I work with. At a bare minimum, we need to adopt the practical applications of real estate appraisal as opposed to, for some reason, expecting better from a, white man's network that is closed off to most folks. And I think, some of the other, there need to be better standards. And I think some of the other ideas, sort of discussed in the recommendations, I think are solid in terms of how we can, how we can begin to address this like specific problem.
So I will just, I also had some questions about how municipalities use exclusionary zoning to perpetuate racial segregation. So if you could just sort of explain what exclusionary zoning is and how it works.
Well, yeah, thanks. I think that's a really great question because I think we focus a lot on the specific harms that we did as a country to Black communities through redlining, through highway construction, through just housing segregation and discrimination generally. But I don't think we look at the other side, which is how much white people have benefited from this, because I think when we talk about racism as like a sickness in our hearts that can be cured through a DEI workshop, I think we're really, selling ourselves short, because I think racism is not just about having, it's not about like just about a failing in character. It's about actually like people are making a lot of money off of our racist system. I don't think that it would work. We would have the system we did today if it wasn't making a lot of people a lot of money. And specifically, the white folks who got the good side of all of the really terrible things that Professor Dodds and Dr. Taylor were just talking about, which is subsidized home ownership in an area that has been maintaining racial segregation, and not because it became illegal to just openly discriminate. Instead, you look at the very, very vast differences in buying ability and wealth, and say, well, okay, we want to maintain an all-white community. We want all-white schools, clubs, everything else. And we can't just say that anymore. It's illegal now. So rather than do that, we're going to adopt zoning standards that will make it so only other wealthy, white, rich people can live here. And specifically, you see this in minimum lot sizes. So if, you can't build a house on a small lot. It has to be a large lot, because if we allow folks who, on smaller lots, we're going to have more low-income people. And suburbs really are about, they're really about extracting wealth. You are a parasite on the city, which is producing the economic engine growth. We have literally built highways to get you to and from your suburbs through Black neighborhoods, without at your convenience and not anyone else's. You have the good schools. This is really a system that is set up well. I mean, it's not working anymore because we actually we need more housing, but it has actually worked for a generation of white folks who now are able to retire and pass on money to their kids because they got the good home in the area with the good school districts, and they didn't have to share it. Not just, and thinking of zoning, I'm not just talking about like land use size, but also the fact that it is illegal to build multifamily housing in most of New York suburbs. We really focus so much on, this housing developments within cities, but I think we really need to look at the suburbs and see, and understand that, the suburbs are kind of working exactly as they were structured to. And, this is something that we actually need to change. And not just because it is wrong and it is, perpetuating injustice, but because we are unable to, we're in a massive housing affordability crisis in New York. And, the system that worked out really well for the grandparents is not really providing houses for the grandkids, because when housing has to be an investment for wealth above everything else, we suffer. And I think that's why I really agreed with Dr. Taylor about the need to look at new approaches, shared equity, homeownership, and building a more just and sustainable economy, because I think the model itself is flawed. A couple other zoning things, there's many places, most suburbs have make it illegal to have a number of unrelated people living together. I mean, that should be clearly discriminatory. And and just look at how, the unwilling legislators from Westchester, Long Island have been in participating in the governor's, call for building more housing. I know I put a lot into that, so I'll just stop and see where.
I think it's, number one, thank you for mentioning how the suburbanization of New York State communities have been used by municipalities to further, number one, exclude people of color, and also deny them access to wealth building based on the value of their homes. In 2024, Governor Hochul proposed some land reforms to incentivize the construction of new housing across the state. I know there's been pushback by some municipalities because obviously they want to I don't know what they want to do. I mean, other than maintain the status quo. But can you briefly explain some of those proposals by the governor, and how successful do you think they're going to be?
Sure. And I think this is exactly the problem, right? The governor, we need to build more housing, and the governor sees that, wants to build more housing. The problem is that whenever you attempt to build more housing, especially affordable housing, you are immediately met with outrage and opposition and protests. And that is what, that's what elected officials listen to, because frankly, these people are incredibly obnoxious. Like, as someone who has personally spent time before planning boards talking about why we need more affordable housing and why we should approve this one. I mean, people are pretty openly racist. They won't they won't say slurs before the planning commission, but they will say those people, our property values, and it's very clear, what they're talking about. So I think, and that's, I look at 2020 when I think so many white liberals read a lot of books about being less racist, but like, I really don't see changed behavior from our liberal suburbs, because, I think the folks who aren't represented in those towns, the people who would like to live there, the people who are struggling, they're not the ones, that elected officials are really responding to. They're responding to older white homeowners who are angry about everything and do not want to see any change, because, they are protecting their property values above everything else. And when there is a housing shortage, you have more money. And and everyone else, I guess, can just, I don't know, go somewhere else. And I think this is another really important thing, because when we raise rents, excessively, and people can't afford to live anywhere, they don't just disappear, they become homeless, they experience homelessness. And so far, what we've seen, obviously it's incredibly expensive to care for folks, especially families with children, who are the majority of people who are unhoused in this country, not the folks you see on the streets, it's kids. Typical homeless person in New York is a child. That costs a lot of money. And we know that being in a homeless shelter is incredibly devastating to a child's educational success, emotional well-being, health, literally everything. And so, we're just paying for that. I mean, we have folks living on the streets. I mean, I think we should be responding to as a humanitarian crisis. Instead, we're giving them cops and jail, which actually doesn't really solve the problem that they do not have a house. And I mean, I'm bringing this up because I'm getting a bit ranty, yes, but all of this is really related, because I think, I think there's a lot of greed and a lot of resource hoarding. And I think, I think if you're someone, I think if you're a white person who cares about any of this stuff, you need to be before your community planning board, actually getting involved and speaking out about affordable housing and also about criminal legal system reform and also about education. But, you know, I mean, I just think like that is to me, you know, kind of a failing of looking at this from an individual morality perspective. And yeah, anyways, so yeah, the governor in her budget proposed some zoning changes. And I think in previous years, it was what we call carrot. Like you're going to give municipalities a bit more money if they're willing to build more housing. Well, guess what? They still don't want to, because the people who are elected would like to stay elected. People who need housing aren't organized and they have to respond to their most engaged constituents, which is elderly white people. And so they are simply they are not going to do it. So now, you know, the governor's proposing a bit more, started to propose a bit more hardball, similar to what we've seen in California, actually having like requiring, because the state can always override local zoning. We just don't want to because we're actually pretty okay with how things are, frankly, from my perspective. So, you know, that was proposed to actually have some mandatory zoning, mandatory upzoning, and that was withdrawn by the governor due to extreme opposition from suburban Democrats. Okay, so where does that put us? I mean, we still have, you know, and actually it's interesting because like some of the folks who support, you know, support the housing, it's not just developers, a lot of housing activists like, you know, Senator Julia Salazar, who, you know, thinks that we need not just more supply, but also more protections for tenants upstate. And as someone who has kind of seen the complete lack of tenant supports, I agree 100%, you know, that we really need both of those.
Yeah, I mean, it's not likely that the majority of New Yorkers are going to be homeowners. One of the further recommendations in the task force report was the passage of good cause eviction bills. Just can you briefly say what that is and how that would protect tenants in New York?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, I think this is such an important part of the conversation. When we just focus on homeownership, we're not focusing on, you know, the huge number of folks who are renters. And like, I just want to point out, you know, for example, in New York City last year, 70% of all real estate transactions were all cash. So like, that means people, only people with at least like $1 million are buying property in New York City. So all of this conversation about, you know, appraisal bias and, you know, HMDA, and like, none of this is even going to get there because like our real estate, owning property in some places is so inaccessible that, you know, even the ability to qualify for a mortgage isn't really going to get you anything. And, you know, I mean, and I think in particular in this part of in Albany metro area, you know, where we're standing now, I mean, the Black homeownership rate is only 25%, and that is one of the lowest in the country. Compared to overall, the homeownership rate in the Albany metro area is 64% and 75% for whites. So like, you know, really, if you care about racial justice, you need to care about tenant protections, because that is what is keeping people in safely, you know, in safe, stable and affordable housing. So what Good Cause would do is allow folks the right to renew their leases if they haven't violated them. And I think, you know, I mean, I actually worked at the New York Civil Liberties Union before I joined AFR, and convinced them that, you know, this is a civil liberties issue, right? The importance of being able to have any kind of housing stability when we know how devastating it is, versus the imposition on the landlord, which is continue renting to the same people. Now, you know, there is an anti-price gouging component too, which is you also can't just jack up their rent to anything. You know, it has to be reasonable, looking at inflation, you know, regular costs, which I think is really essential, because if you can, if you want tenants to have some kind of protections, feel like they're able to speak out about, you know, the need for repairs or something, you can always have a veto power if you can increase their rent 1,000% in the next renewal, you know. So I think if you want to take, you know, tenant rights seriously, they do need some kind of right to tenancy, a right to organize among tenants, and a right to demand repairs and safe and humane housing conditions. It is 2024. These are, I think, things that every single person in this country should get to enjoy. Yet, you know, Good Cause has been incredibly controversial, you know, and we have not been able to make it pass. And I think, again, it looks at like who has political power in this area. Who sees themselves as a potential, landlord real estate investor compared to a potential tenant, and who's making those decisions, because like that's really what I see there. And I will just say, since the pandemic, I know I'm like, you just giving me the look. I'm gonna one more point.
It's the look I give everyone. It's okay. Go ahead.
Since the pandemic, what we've seen in this region has been an incredible outflow of capital from the New York City metro area, from investors who were priced out there, who are buying up area housing in the capital region in Troy, where I live. All of this area, there's been a lot of money and a lot of money changing hands. And so the thing that I am hearing constantly as someone who's involved in housing issues in the capital region outside of my job is I hear this, like, I was hearing this like every day last year. My landlord is selling the building. These new people just bought, they're from New York City, and they're telling me I have to leave. Do I have to? It's like, well, actually, no. You have the right at least to finish your lease, but you really don't have any rights beyond that. And I think, when the ability to displace, like longstanding tenants with higher price tenants is taken away, I think that would actually do a lot to put a damper on the wild speculative investment happening in the capital region currently, give people who want to buy homes for themselves to live in a bit more options, because, we're removing, the sort of speculative price extractive, incentive from being an out of town investor and buying up all the real estate here. So I really strongly believe that good cause needs to be part of a racial justice agenda, and especially I think would go much further than the appraisal, proposals in terms to act to further racial justice in New York State today.
Thanks, Caroline. I wanted to end on a high note, but I can't think of any. But thank you all so much. And I just want to say that the proposals from the task force, I think they were well thought out, and the report was really good. And if you haven't read it, please read it. Thank you. Thank you all.
We will be having a quick 10-minute break before starting the next panel at 11:15.
You get a chance to join it? Okay, great. I did. Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah.
So.
Welcome, everybody. I'm so glad to see those of you who were able to join us in person. And those of you who are on the Zoom, I'm gonna try to monitor the numbers. No, just kidding. It's not about that. Because it's really about your presence and your willingness to listen and learn this morning and even to share as we can figure that out on Zoom webinar. I'm launching this incredible panel, and let me start by saying I am the poor person substitute for Mishka Woodley Esquire, who curated this incredible panel and who gave us all, scripts. And she's in the back room and we have a little text chain. So if I really mess up, I think she's gonna let me know. And but we'll try to be as seamless as possible, though. Let me say, if you hear something good and you learn something exciting, it's due to the panelists recruited by Mishka Woodley and to Mishka herself, who has sort of organized us after, 87 separate phone calls and one joint phone call of this panel. I want to just bring us back a little bit to where Professor Dodds led us, the impact on the health of Black Americans due to structural violence and structural racism in our lives and in their community, in the community where Black people live and work. If you get a chance to look at the task force report, you will see that we go through the history of structural racism in the area of healthcare in particular, where we note this long history in our country of substandard and separate healthcare for Black Americans and other people of color. And I'll call out about the fight against Black medical schools and the education and certification of Black physicians. And finally, the only federal law that codified into the 20th century the concept of separate but equal, the Hill-Burton Act, which as a young legal services lawyer, I grew up thinking, was great, right? And brought federal funding to low-income communities. So whatever, keep learning, it all shakes you up at some point, right? That's the real history of this country. So the healthcare report, the healthcare part of the task force report, we start with a few definitions, and I know the panel may amend, eliminate, totally change, and offer you their definitions. But in the report, we talk about the concept first of health equity, the ability for each of us to attain the highest possible level of health, all people, which does require valuing everyone equally and attacking societal efforts that create avoidable inequalities, injustices, and healthcare disparities. And what do we mean when we use the term health disparity? This is a health difference closely linked to social, economic, or environmental disadvantage, and that adversely affects groups of people who have already systematically experienced greater obstacles to health based on the color of their skin, their gender, their ability. And finally, if you know about healthcare or you have heard about it, then you know about the social determinants of health, the conditions in our environments where we are born and live, learn, and work, where we play, where we worship, and where we age. These are the conditions that are dictated by socioeconomic and political contexts, policies, norms, values, power, by structural racism. So what did the task force recommend? I will honor Mishka and her colleague, Heather, who co-chaired the health work group, and say that they led us into our key joint recommendations, which though they permeate housing and education and criminal justice and environmental justice as well, health kind of led the way, saying, hey, we have to do a better job of collecting and studying data, that it should be self-reported and not observed. And I, as a patient, should know why I'm being asked questions about my race or my ethnicity. And I should have the chance to say, hey, I have a question about what you're asking me. We should create standardized, disaggregated categories. Because if we don't, then subpopulations are often rendered invisible. Or we draw and misclassify them by putting them under some wrong umbrella. We need to build the ability to gather data in a sensitive way to create greater accuracy. And we need to commit to this data being disseminated, shared, because in doing so, we create the possibility of holding each other accountable. The task force recommends that everyone, but especially healthcare providers and professionals, be required to take tailored trainings that might help them to develop awareness of how implicit bias affects healthcare and the decisions that affect us as medical patients. So whether we are maybe admitted to the hospital, whether we give birth via cesarean section, what treatments are we offered, and how effective those trainings are. I'm not going to ask you, well, I will. You're lawyers, those in the room. You've taken many DEI trainings. Raise your hand if you've been to one that you remember or experienced as being effective. So not so many of us, right? And we want to know if we're requiring healthcare providers and healthcare professionals to receive these trainings. Are they effective? Or should they be duplicated? Or should we never try that again? And Marlene, you didn't think any training you ever gave has been effective? She didn't really vote, but why don't you think about that? We'll talk later, okay? How about requirements that facilities who provide healthcare commit or be mandated to provide health equity trainings, race equity trainings, implicit bias, structural racism, social determinants of health, trainings in all those areas. Because if you're a medical care provider, just as we as attorneys, we have to understand how our own biases might affect the quality of the services we render as attorneys, or as physicians, or as nurses, or as healthcare providers. There's a lot in the report about all the areas where the physician-patient interaction can be affected by bias. I'll just call out a few. What people of color expect and accept from their physicians who might not be people of color. The erroneous beliefs that many healthcare providers, medical students still believe about Black people in this country, about the diagnostic decisions that come our way. And they could affect whether you ever go see that doctor again, whether you do what the doctor suggests you do. And finally, about the persistently held false beliefs about biological differences among the races. And when you read it, I think it will be chilling if you are not already familiar. So again, let's make sure that facilities require those trainings and that professionals are required to take them before they serve patients in this country. So this panel, which is hot, is going to go a little bit in a row. They're all going to introduce themselves, and so will my colleague Joanne Warren. Just so you know, in the health context, they're all great, but Joanne is the boss of us. So, because she's the Deputy Executive Commissioner of the New York State Department of Health. And we did kind of know each other when we all lived in basements. I'm not sad about it, right? So Joanne, take us away.
All right. Well, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. And let me just say, I'm sitting next to a legend. As a young professional starting out in my career, I always heard about Lillian Moy, and I always heard about the Legal Action Center and the work that was done on behalf of the many people that I was able to serve while I worked in community. So I start out by pointing that out and saying that, working in community, one doesn't think they'll go to government, right? And I had a hard decision to make about 16 years ago, and I'm really glad that I made the decision because in fact, the work that you do in community, that direct service when you're actually on the street does have a space of understanding within governmental roles and certainly has a place of understanding, I would imagine, in all of the work that you do. So, thank you for the introduction. I'm honored to serve within the Department of Health. And prior to this position, I was also, the first person tasked with, the creation of the Office of Health Equity and Human Rights at the Department of Health under the leadership of Dr. Mary Bassett, and continued certainly with strong support and passion by our existing commissioner, Dr. James McDonald. I think it's important because, you know, one of the things I noticed during COVID, all of a sudden, all of these organizations, if you looked on your LinkedIn, they were hiring all of these chief equity officers, right? Chief equity this, equity that. And I remember looking at LinkedIn and I thought, and then suddenly I became one of those, And I said to myself, well, okay, so if I had the space to judge, how do I have the space to impact change? And more importantly, how do we make it sustainable? There's one thing that was said in the introduction that I want to reiterate, and that is that we have to do a better job. If you look at the number of dollars and you look at the number of trainings and the number of people who are engaged in intentional, genuine conversation as it relates to issues of disparity, you certainly would think that we would be making progress. And I won't suggest that there aren't areas of progress, but I will suggest that there are too many areas in which we still have work to do, in which racism is evident and obvious, and in which we have to take responsibility for impacting change. So, how do we do that? Under normal circumstances, if I had a PowerPoint, there would be a picture right now that showed, and one that you're probably familiar with, that showed 3 individuals on this side, 3 individuals on this side, and above them would be a tree. So I'm going to ask you to just walk with me through the visual. And on the left side, what you would have for those 3 individuals, all of whom differ in height, would be 3 boxes in order to help the individuals reach the fruit that is on the tree. And this is where we have to make the distinction and have an understanding that there is a distinct difference between equity and equality. One would argue that each individual was given a box, each individual had access to the tree, and the fruit was within perhaps their reach. Except the tall individual had the most ease. They were able to access the fruit without making a great effort. The next tallest person, they had to stretch, but they made it. But that shortest person was not going to access the fruit unless they actually engaged in something to put them in danger, which is jumping on top of the box, who knows how strong it is, and or had to depend on the other 2 individuals to help them reach that fruit. The sharing of each box for each person, despite the difference in height, is equality. If you go to the right side of the visual, you have the same individuals, except now the tallest person has a single box because in fact, that's all they need. The second tallest person has 2 boxes because that would allow them to have to exert the same effort to reach the same fruit. And the shortest of the individuals has 3 boxes. That is giving people what they need based on their particular circumstance. And that is equity. We seem to have a lot of misunderstanding about that. If you look across our social spaces and you look across the way in which we provide and take pride in what we offer to people. So in the health department, we look at very specific things. First of all, if you've ever heard the Commissioner of Health speak, Dr. James McDonald, you would hear him say that in fact, the department is a department of equity that engages in the process through health and public health initiatives. And so with that, and looking at placing equity at the core of the work that we do, we have to look at very specific spaces. And these are the spaces I would encourage all of you to consider in your own work. The space of policy, the space of funding, data collection and analysis, as well as looking at DEI, another infamous term that we see all the time, diversity, equity, inclusion, which means what are we doing to hold our own spaces accountable and being reflective of diversity, equity, and inclusion of all people. So Policy. One example I'll offer you from the government is a recent, actually in 2021, the governor signed a package of legislation which included that racism in New York State became declared a public health crisis. So the declaration in and of itself allows for the words and allows for the policy support. What stands behind that, of course, now will be left to us. As a result of that declaration and the legislation, there is a racial disparity working group that is made up of community stakeholders working to inform us on their recommendation as to how we actually respond to this public health crisis. What I'll suggest to you is that if you were to go to your organizations or those that are within your communities, you will probably find that this is a conversation that is not new. Again, it comes down to where are the resources and funding in order for us to be able to implement the recommendations that are being made, and most importantly, do them in a sustainable way that actually impacts culture. A second waiver, which is very important to New York State, is our Medicaid 1115 waiver. Recently approved, this is an amendment to an existing waiver that has been a part of New York State's Medicaid initiatives for some time, that focuses and prioritizes intentionally on health equity. And what it does, it's a $7.5 billion funding investment over the next 3 years, intended to establish social care networks within regions across our state, as well as, and I heard the earlier conversation on housing, looking at how we can integrate health, behavioral health, social care services, and connecting members to basic determinants of health. We're not talking about anything luxurious or extreme. We're talking about basic housing, nutrition. So the 1115 waiver is anticipated. And again, I want to say New York State has had an 1115 waiver for a significant amount of time, and that impacts our Medicaid initiative, if you will, and the ability of how we serve individuals who are eligible for Medicaid services and insurance. And so this addition of the 7.5 billion over the next 3 years is intended to make significant changes in New York State. So here we have the policy, here we have the funding allocation. Now what do we need? We need to ensure that we engage the right people to make sure that we understand what the true needs of communities are. I would suggest we know that based on the feedback from stakeholders. We cannot make determinations of need in the absence of people with lived experience. People with lived experience have to be part of these discussions. And that includes when we talk about prioritizing funding. So examples of funding as it relates to how do we impact change? How do we respond to race being a public health crisis? How do we impact and change things like maternal health? I believe at a later point, there'll be a discussion on a maternal health report that was recently posted by the department. And so how we do that, we look at things like, for example, adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs as they're called. ACEs is a longstanding assessment tool that's been used to determine what are the things that have impacted a child's life. ACEs actually in some spaces is being used also for adults to understand trauma. So if we were talking about behavioral health, I say this all the time, we are a social society. This isn't unique to New York State. We love to focus on the symptoms. Right? The symptoms, when we think about the individual who has a substance use disorder, when we think about the individuals who have a mental health crisis and the actions, and we love to focus on the symptom. But at the core behind that, what is it most often? 99.9% of the time, if not 100, it's the trauma. It's the trauma and the series of events and experiences that people have had that manifest into the symptoms that we see and react to, both in litigation and in social intervention. Another example certainly is related to equity work that we see around cancer, as well as lead poisoning prevention, maternal health, which again, we'll talk about again. When we look at data and we think about the collection of data and analysis, I say to people all the time, never accept the data that's presented to you in the format in which it's presented. Ask the questions that dig deeper. And I'll use an example that's very close to my heart. For 15 years, I worked for the AIDS Institute at the Department of Health, which in its portfolio includes HIV as well as sexually transmitted infections and other areas of a portfolio. And if we set out in 2014, again, with the leadership of community, to end the epidemic in New York State, which meant to significantly reduce the number of individuals diagnosed with HIV. If you were to look at our numbers in the first 4 to 5 years, what you would see was a very effective model of intervention that significantly reduced the number of people who were diagnosed. And you could walk away with that and say, New York, top notch. I don't deny that, but I will suggest to you, if you look deeper into the data, the remaining diagnosis of HIV was among Black and Hispanic individuals. 70% of new diagnoses, in spite of that significant reduction, were among Black and Hispanic individuals. That is not equity. And one could say we met the goal by definition, but I would say we are far from achieving our goal so long as any particular community is left behind and burdened with the majority of diagnosis in this example. So data and collection and analysis and making sure that people are represented. I am an individual that is biracial. I more than not have to choose either not to answer when I'm asked about race and ethnicity, or make some type of pattern on their paper that ultimately will not allow them to use my data, right? Because I have to check multiple boxes. We can either continue with this and continue to exclude individuals or truly understand who it is we're serving, or we can simply add additional boxes, and I know it costs money, right? That is reflective of people's race and ethnicity. And I explain once, if not 10 times every single week to different people. When you say Black and African American, that is very distinct to me because not all Black people are African American. And there are ethnicities that need to be understood in order for us to be able to make impact and change, meaningful change in this discussion of equity. Thank you.
Thanks, Joanne. I didn't even have to give her the note. So we're moving on to our virtual, but still very, very powerful panelists. But, oh, there you are, Heather. And I'm going to introduce you now to Heather Butts, who's actually going to introduce herself as well. Anyway, Heather, we're so glad you could join us. Thank you. Do I have to do? Is she?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So, my name is Heather Butts, and I am an associate professor at Columbia University and the Maumon School of Public Health. I'm really excited to be here today. I really want to just commend all of the other panelists that I'm here with. And I also just want to say what an honor and a pleasure it is to be here with you. So the main work that I do at Columbia is around social determinants. And so, you know, to the extent that the task force did an incredible job around the work that they did, specifically around social determinants, that is something that I wanted to just take a couple of minutes and talk about. I also wanted to just highlight some of the comments that we heard before, particularly around patients and what knowledge patients have about certain information, as well as populations that have been made to feel invisible. So that's another project that I work on that I'll talk about briefly in the 9 minutes I have remaining. And then also thinking about tailored training and specifically thinking about, is it effective? That's something that I'm particularly interested in. We can do a lot of training, we can put a lot out there, but does the training actually work? That's really critical. And then one of the other points that was looked at by the task force has to do with diagnostic decisions, and you know, what comes our way was referred to, and beliefs regarding biological differences among races that are antiquated and never were. And the 1115 waiver which is research that I'm currently doing. So I'm smiling because it's exciting to see something that you that was a thought exercise for you for a minute. All of a sudden, people are sort of attaching something to it that you can actually see real. And so in the research world, that's super fabulous and really exciting. So I'm happy for that. So let me just go over a little bit of my work and some of the work that I'm doing with some colleagues here. And again, much of this is under the lens of the history of racial discrimination, systemic discrimination in our country and throughout the world. And so one of the things that I've looked at, and I know, our other panelists are going to talk about this more, has to do with discriminatory practices and data gathering. And we see them in lots of different ways. I'm not going to get into too much detail about it, mainly because we are going to see it again. But there's really interesting research that looks at just what we were talking about in terms of the invisible nature of people, that people are not heard, that they are erased. And when we think about COVID, and I'm a public health person, I'm a lawyer by training, I'm a public health person at heart. And so when we think about what we just went through with COVID, with the erasure of people, and people whose symptoms basically get dismissed in the face of science and medicine and those that know best, thinking about what that looks like in a practical standpoint means that people really are not heard, and their lived experiences are not recognized. Going on from that to thinking about empowerment of underserved populations, I actually last week, hot off the press, had a publication that was I authored with several other people. The title of it is Addressing Food Insecurity Through Community Empowerment in Staten Island. That's Richmond County. It's in New York City. People forget about it sometimes. It is a borough. And so looking at empowerment in Staten Island neighborhood in New York City, it was published in the Journal of Community Health. And what it looked at was the project was pretty simple. We took a stand. I'm holding it because sometimes I have to hold it around like that, but we took a stand and we filled it with clementines, a little fruit. And we put it in a bodega, a corner store in Staten Island for a year. We filled it every day. And we basically looked to see, would people take it? And we also surveyed people to see how they felt about having healthy fresh fruits and vegetables in their neighborhood. That this is where the 1115 waiver comes in, because a lot of people said to me, oh, that's kind of an 1115 waiver project. Oh, maybe, possibly. But we did that for a year, and then we surveyed people. And the survey wasn't to look at, oh, are you happy that these Columbia University professors are coming into your neighborhood and dropping off clementines? It was an empowerment survey. It was an empowerment study. So we were really looking at how can you be empowered and how can you take the power back to be able to say, this is what you need for your family in your neighborhood, for what you need to be healthy. And that's the way that the neighborhood took it. And so it was really exciting to do a study where we weren't just going in and giving people stuff and then leaving, but we continued it. We now, as of last count, we have 15 Clementine collectives throughout New York City. And it's pretty exciting. I would think we should have 515, but we don't have a budget for that. But it's exciting to think about the fact that this is a project that is going to hopefully expand. We're now in a city university. We're in a not city university. We're in community-based organizations. And so the ability to be able to have a project like this is exciting. What's not so exciting is the need to have a project like this, and the fact that something like the 1115 waiver, which could potentially be revolutionary, there's a need for it because Medicaid is doing what it can, but there's a lot that Medicaid can't do. And we see that in terms of social determinants and lack of nutrition, lack of housing. I listened to the talk before. It was really fascinating. I've done some work around housing bias and post-traumatic stress and the trauma that people go through in a real way from not being able to have housing. So these are all stressors that lead to poorer outcomes and poorer health for people. We need to recognize that. And hopefully through something like the 1115 waiver, we can start to get the data that we really need to make real changes in terms of tailored training that we were talking about, because it's only through having that information that we will get to that. The last thing I want to say, and I'm going to turn it over to my learned colleague, is about untold stories. So I have a grant right now, and I'm doing a project called Untold Stories. I wrote a book several years ago about Black surgeons in the Civil War. I can't see anybody, but how many people knew there were Black surgeons during the Civil War? By show of hands. There were 14.
One person.
I see counting. Okay, there were 14, my friends. There were 14 Black surgeons during the Civil War. They went on to do things like, oh, I don't know, be the first Black faculty of Howard University Medical and start the precursor to the National Medical Association and desegregate Charlie Char's in Washington, D.C. They did all of that and so much more, these 14 amazing humans, but we don't know their stories. So I wrote the book, and then my lovely department, Health Policy Management at Columbia, said, well, now that you've written the book, would you like to teach a class about it? And I said, sure. So I have a class, I actually teach it tonight, and it's called Untold Stories. And we tell the stories about people whose songs have not been written and whose stories have not been told. And to me, that is a way to combat a lot of what we're talking about, people whose stories have not been told. And that has led into a project we have called the Community Spotlight here at Columbia, where we highlight people in the community whose stories have also not been told. So I'm going to end there. I'm happy to talk more about that. But I really think we need to make a concerted effort through empathy, through understanding, through have a true commitment to know everyone. I think we need to think about how we show up on an individual level to make that happen. And if we don't, we need to think about how we're going to show up more to do that. So I will leave you with that and hand it over to Julia.
Thank you, Heather. But can I ask you to share quickly one community story that you've been able to pull out right now in your city?
Oh, so
Just
many.
one. Just one.
Okay, yes, one is, so right across the street from Columbia in Washington Heights, there's this little deli called Prestige Deli. I go there, Julia knows, you know, Julia knows Prestige. Everybody knows it, right? Because we all go there and you get a sandwich, you know, maybe you get some fruit, you know, try to get something, right? So I said to the students, you know, they were interested in interviewing the CEO of this and the blah, 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 of that. And I said, is somebody at some point going to interview somebody that's in our midst every day? So one of my students said, I'm going to interview the owner of Prestige Deli. I couldn't have been happier if I tried. So that's what they did. So it became an untold story. By the way, Julia, give us maybe some, some discounts. But they interviewed the Prestige Deli owner. That's huge. What a big deal. And then they interviewed other deli owners. So now I have students interviewing various deli owners around Columbia. And I mean, we talk to people every day, but do people know the name of the security guard when they walk into the building? Do they know the person that fixed their light bulb? Do you know the person that makes you your vegan sandwich? No, we don't know these folks. And so the ability to be able to step out of our own space, I think, is one of the greatest training experiences we can have. So that's one. I have like 500 more stories, but I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, Heather. And I want to just round out this incredible panel and introduce you to Julia Iasor, who is going to, actually, will you please amplify your introduction as well? So thank you. And I think she might amplify and improve those definitions I gave at the very beginning. So thanks, Julia.
Of course. Thank you all so much. Thank you for the time. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person. And as Heather noted, we can't see anyone in the room. So if we ask you to raise your hand, please, I anticipate that you are doing it. My name is Julia Iyashira. I am a physician by training, always wanted to be a doctor. It's what has help me wake up every morning excited about what we can do to change the future of healthcare. It's all I've thought about since I was a little kid. I now have various positions in my organization. So I work at New York Presbyterian. And I thought it would be helpful for me, after you've heard about state level interventions and kind of really the state policies, to think about how at an organization are we implementing some of these things? How do we think about training of our staff? How do we collect data? What are we doing around the social determinants of health? So I'll cover a couple topic areas. I'll talk a bit about our organizational strategy. How does health, equity, and justice, how does that intercalate into everything that we do at our organization? I will talk about data collection and some of the ways in which we've improved our data collection strategy over the past few years. And then I'll just give a few key examples of some of the work that we've amplified over the last 3 to 4 years. And I do put a little bit of a bookend on 3 to 4 years because my current role is the executive director of the Dalio Center for Health Justice, and we started 3.5 years ago. I also sit as the senior vice president for health justice and equity for our organization, and help advance our entire 11 hospital system strategy towards health, equity, and justice. Before I dive into our strategy, I do want to advance just a tiny bit some of the definitions. And there's a lot of moving parts in this. People are coming up with new terminology quite frequently. So we try our best for where we are at this moment in time. But you may have noticed that I used the terminology health justice a few times, both in my personal title as well as in our Center for Health Justice. And although that title differs, the definition behind that differs, I wanted to tell you about how we think about it at our organization. And I am going to call back to something that Joanne started with, which was that visualization around the boxes. We tend to think about it slightly differently in that instead of reaching for apples on a tree, we think about looking over a fence. The fence being a barrier to what's on the other side, your optimal health, everything that we want for our friends, our colleagues, our families. And so exactly as Joanne started with, giving people the right step stools to see over that fence is equity. That's customization of the interventions to reach the outcome that we all desire, ability to see over the fence. When we in the Dalio Center and at New York Presbyterian think about justice, we take one step back and ask the question, why is there a fence to begin with? Why are there structural barriers that put people at a disadvantage, that require us to customize those tools? My work is nothing without health equity. 99% of what I do is health equity. It's customization of interventions. It's identification of gaps in care and it's closure of those gaps. But it's always with that little, it's the Jiminy Cricket on my shoulder who's saying, exactly. Thank you. Whoever is running the slides, that's perfect. I did not give them that slide. So it's phenomenal that you're able to just pull that up. But exactly, it's that idea of liberation so that, we really have a just and fair system for everyone. So that's why we are the Dalio Center for Health Justice. That's why my title is Health Equity and Justice. And I know in the legal world, justice has a slightly different terminology. And in fact, health justice originated in the legal field, but we've sort of taken our own spin on it. And I thought it would be helpful to introduce that as a topic area. So at New York Presbyterian, we have an overarching strategy that advances all of the work of our entire system. And core to that strategy, one of the foundational pillars is health justice. As part of that, we've thought about key areas that define the work across the entire system. It keeps us all moving in the same direction. It keeps us all accountable to each other. And those key areas are in patients and community. We are physicians and clinicians and a huge population of healthcare workers that are dedicated to our patients and our surrounding communities. I will also say that for New York Presbyterian, our community is all of New York City, but that's what we think of. And it does include Staten Island. Heather, I know you mentioned that earlier. It absolutely includes Staten Island. But it's our patients and communities. But it's also our culture. It's who we are internally. It's who we hire. It's how we cultivate those relationships. It's how we make people feel like they belong. And then lastly, it's all of the infrastructure work that we do to support that. So I'm going to quickly just highlight a couple of key areas in those 3 strategic pillars. And then I'll talk a little bit more specifically about data collection and some of our strategies towards social determinants of health. Within culture, we are dedicated to creation of a diverse healthcare community. There is tremendous data that supports the idea that diversity improves health and healthcare outcomes. We believe that it is important to employ training, specific training that addresses health equity, that addresses racism, that thinks about the intersections of those with health. And we are nothing without our inclusive culture. So it's creating a culture of inclusivity and belonging. It's making people feel heard, seen, and part of the work. We spend a lot of time listening. For our patients and our communities, we are dedicated to provide access to unbiased, payer-agnostic care that is the highest quality possible. We design patient-informed and community-informed approaches to our programs and our interventions. I think Joanne also talked about the idea that to advance health equity, we have to do that with patient feedback. We have to do that with community feedback. I can't do that in my office, this is my office, by myself. I have to do that hand in hand with the communities that we serve. And that is why we truly believe that fostering strong relationships with our communities, our community partners, is integral to this work. I will, before I talk about the 3 areas in data, say, when I took this role, I did not think I would spend so much time in data. I look at data every single day. I think about how to improve data collection. I think about data validity. I also think a lot about the future frontiers in data. What is coming down the road? How does AI inform some of the work that we do in health equity? What are some of the challenges that I foresee? So within our infrastructure, we collect and work to collect culturally sensitive, structured sociodemographic information from our patients, self-reported sociodemographic information. That includes race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender identity, and the social determinants of health. I'll talk in a moment about a large-scale screening and referral campaign that we launched a few years ago to collect food, housing, transportation, and just last December, we added utilities to that as well. We also commit as an organization to disaggregation of those measures. So disaggregating our health outcomes by many of the metrics that I've already mentioned. So race, ethnicity, payer, language. And we commit to implementing programs and interventions when we find gaps in care. We also commit to reevaluating all of those programs, because just because you start something doesn't mean it's going to have the outcome that you desire and remain sustainable time over time. So that as an organization is how we think about the work of health equity and justice at New York Presbyterian. It's how we think about implementing policies, procedures, data collection strategies that are community-informed, community-led, and patient-centered. But my work sits in a couple of different places across the organization. I do have the role of oversight of strategy across all the system, but also within the Dalio Center itself, we advance individual projects to close gaps in care that we identified. The Dalio Center was born in the second wave of COVID. We were thinking, what could we, should we, did we need to do differently to address many of the things that were keeping all of us up at night? I spent a lot of time seeing patients and doing direct patient care during COVID. And although I knew on paper, I had seen all of the data for years, I had studied this space and knew about the health disparities and the racial and ethnic health disparities in our own city. Seeing it day in, day out, seeing Black and brown faces day in and day out, and seeing the illness in front of you is something I will never forget, and influences the work that we do every day. The Dalio Center's mission, vision has not changed since we started in September, October of 2020. To be a leader in the identification and elimination of health inequity with a focus on the structural and systemic factors that prevent people from obtaining their optimal health. It's that fence again. It's thinking about how we can break down those initial barriers. And so the idea of racism as a public health crisis and why it's so important that we name it is because you cannot identify a thing, you cannot mitigate a thing, you cannot develop process unless you start by naming it. So the idea that racism is a public health crisis and that declaration is incredibly important. And it influences a lot of the work that I do and a lot of the work that my colleagues in this space also do. But I think it's really important to recognize that racism shows up in different places in the large system that is healthcare. There's interpersonal bias in racism. So there's a lot of data in this space. I think it was already mentioned, that study in 2016 that asked medical students, did they think that Black patients had thicker skin than their white counterparts? Did they think they had the same number of nerve endings? So did they feel pain the same way as their white counterparts? I suggest all of you look at that study and read it because it's quite troubling that in 2016, we still have people that can believe that there are differences in pain perception because of differences in nerve endings. So there's interpersonal racism, but there's also structural and systemic and algorithmic racism that we have to identify. And these are things like the way we calculate kidney function. That had race as a corrective factor for many, many years. I was really extremely proud of my organization in 2020 when we moved to a different calculator. And then subsequently, there has been a lot of movement in this space to push other organizations to do the same. And I'll really give a huge shout out to Dr. Michelle Morse for leading a coalition of New York City-based hospitals to all think about elimination and not think about, to eliminate race correction in kidney function calculations. But it's also in how we calculate how your lungs work. That also had a race correction for many years. We've worked to eliminate that at our own organization, but it still exists in many, many others. So it's in the algorithms that we use. And that's very hard for people to see or to understand. But then lastly, and I think this is one space where we really think about the social determinants of health, we see racism baked into systemic policies that have then influenced things like access to the healthcare system, that have influenced access to housing, that have influenced that Heather was talking about food insecurity. All of these are extremely important social and systemic factors that we have to address. So it's in all of these different places that we have to act if we truly want to, not only identify racism, not only name it, but truly eliminate it. Some of the work that we've been doing over the past 3 years has been it's an initiative called We Ask Because We Care. We didn't name that we stole from Northwestern. So I guess it's not stealing. They allowed us to do it. So I will say it's open for everyone to use that name. But we ask questions, socio-demographic questions, because we care, because we need to know in order to identify retrospectively if there are gaps in our care system. So we launched that in 2021. We started with race, ethnicity, language, and we improved dramatically across our organization. And it wasn't as hard as people think it is. We just asked our patients. We did focus groups and we said, how can we best engage you in this? When we ask, what do you think? Are you worried that we're going to use that in some way? How can we build that trust? And it worked. We used that as a foundation. We published on that work. We share that work very widely. And then in 2022 to 23, we expanded We Ask Because We Care to include the social determinants of health. Sorry, I was going to say sociodemographics, the social determinants of health. So working off of and standing on the shoulders of many giants that have preceded me in this space at New York Presbyterian, Columbia, and Cornell, we have been launching and expanding inpatient, ambulatory, and emergency department screening for food, housing, transportation, and utilities. And not only screening for those social determinants of health, but then referring patients and doing direct referrals with community-based organizations that we are collaborating with to address the needs that we identify. For many of our patients, we follow up after emergency department discharge for almost 6 weeks to make sure that we can close those gaps. But I think that gives an idea of the breadth of the work that you have to take on to really think about the multiple different places within health and healthcare that racism can show up. And I think it gives a little bit of an idea of how we employ that to advance our organization strategy and then to advance individual projects and programs that we have throughout New York Presbyterian and through the Dalio Center. And I'll just close by saying, Heather, congratulations on your paper. That's phenomenal. And I definitely want to connect with you after this on some 1115 waiver work.
I'm getting the email ready.
So Julia, first I want to apologize for mispronouncing your last name. I'm sorry. I wanted to just say, is that the Z codes you're talking about? Collecting data about social determinants of health? And are many hospitals doing this collection?
So it became part of some of the Joint Commission standards around health equity for people to start doing screening and social determinants of health. It also is part of CMS now, a standard for healthcare systems to collect food, housing, transportation, and utilities in addition to intimate partner violence. And so many organizations across the country are advancing screening programs. But some of the questions that have arisen are, and I think we've already spoken about today, is what's the next step? So once you screen a patient and you identify a need, what do you do with that? How do you connect patients to social services? How do you help them find the clementines that Heather is building into the communities? And so for us, we're really, testing out a number of different models of not of screening. I think we've figured out how to do that well, but of referral and direct referral. And that's where there's a lot of conversation in this space. So I would say that yes, a fair number of hospitals are working on the screening half of it, but I'm not sure just yet that we've all figured out the best model of referral. And I anticipate that the 1115 waiver, because it is so focused on community-based organizations and social service provision, will have a lot of influence on what healthcare systems are doing in the next couple of years.
Is that true?
Imagine if I said no.
If she didn't know, I think I would just and run away.
No, absolutely. And as you're speaking, I'm thinking to myself, how do you move forward? So why don't people collect certain information? Because they recognize there's responsibility with collection. Once you identify something, then what, right? And community-based organizations are the best and most well-situated partners to have in this discussion, because community-based organizations already are engaged in community, understand community, and have built trust. So I can't underscore that enough, that any hospital setting that's looking at this collection and then asking what now, if there's not a community-based organization in a true partnership, then they're asking the right question.
I couldn't agree with you more. When we started thinking about, and I think a lot of healthcare systems started thinking about what's the best way for us to address some of the social needs that we identify. We have phenomenal, social workers, care coordinators, patient navigators, phenomenal staff who are dedicated to this work. But the healthcare system is really set up for the provision of healthcare. We're not best set up for the provision of some of these other social services and social needs. But one thing we absolutely can do, and I talked about, is we can develop robust community partnerships. We can help to connect patients with those that are doing this really well and do it every day, and we can help support them in that process. So for us, that looks a little bit different than other healthcare systems. We actually have direct contracts with a number of multi-service community-based organizations because we really wanted to ensure that our patients were able to connect with someone in real time that could help address, their food need or could help them address housing. So I underscore with an exclamation point, our community-based organizations are the lifeblood of this work. And my role is to help advance and to help deepen those connections over time.
Yeah, I wanted to underscore with two exclamation points that I didn't just sort of happen upon doing work in Staten Island. I actually have a small CBO called Health for Youth that works with underserved youth throughout New York City, but mainly in Staten Island. And we've been at it for over a decade. And when I first started thinking about this 1115 waiver, well, when I first started thinking about work that now I think can be seen as 1115 waiver type of kind of maybe work. It was because I was working with young people who didn't have fruits and vegetables in their neighborhood. And when their parents asked the local corner store about it, they would get told, because that's not what you want to eat. Now, can you imagine you go into a corner store and you say, are you ever going to get fruits and vegetables? And the corner store tells you that's not what you want to eat. Here's your Takis and your potato chips. So that's unbelievable, right? But that's what we got a lot, even when we approach stores as a CBO about the Clementine Collective. I would say 1 out of 3 stores would just say something like, it's gonna rot, it's gonna just sit there. People in this neighborhood don't want that. And that's why we made it an empowerment study, because we really wanted people in the neighborhood to be the agents of their own change. But I mean, to Julia's point, the CBOs, it's everything. And the one final thing I'll say is when I first started doing this work, I'm a researcher, but I was really happy doing program work with my volunteer-led nonprofit. And people would say to me, well, when are you going to do the research part? And I'm like, I like doing the program bit. You ever just sort of live in that world for a while? It was actually quite pleasant to be doing some really solid program work as a CBO, taking my hat as an academic squarely off to be able to be in this world that I'm in every day, the community-based organization world. And so I know where Julia speaks, and I know where both of you are speaking, because as a small CBO provider, I look at myself, sort of hover over myself and say, there's no way I could do this work at Columbia without me. Yay me. But it's totally true. And so I think to the extent that we really not give lip service to it, but we actually really honestly take stock of the fact that CBOs are the way we're going to get, I would say, the majority of this done, then that's when true partnerships like what Julie is talking about and Julie is actually doing can actually happen.
So you
And Lillian,
speak from organizations that are, walking the talk, right?
Hope
So
so.
I want to ask you about the best. I'll ask you the same question I asked the audience. I hope that you might raise your hands. The best bias or race equity training you ever experienced, and what made it effective? Yeah, I know you think about this a lot, Joanne. I know everybody does, but can you start?
Before you do that, I think our next trying to.
Oh, God, Ernesto, right now. I mean, go ahead. Go ahead, Ernesto. Although he does have to give a code at some point, or he could come tell us. No, sorry, Ernesto. Joanne, you had a minute.
Yes, I have I can share the code right now. Thank you, Lillian.
Okay, Ernesto.
Give the people what they want to
And
know.
for our attendees, the second MCLE verification code for the program is the letter H as in housing, or H as in health. And I'll leave it up here just a few moments.
The original H.
And one last time, the second MCLE verification code letter is the letter H as in health. Thanks, Lillian.
Thanks, Stein. So best training, what was so great about it?
Yeah, sure. So the best training that I ever went to some years ago was sponsored by NASDAD. NASDAD now goes by NASDAD, but just what's their mission? They work across the nation with state governments and jurisdictions around HIV and hepatitis C and now drug user health. And I was part of the minority leadership program. And the reason that it stood out to me is because it taught me that I had a responsibility. So this was about health equity. This was about DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I left there with an understanding that I wasn't just there to get a training and a certificate, but that I had a responsibility within my organization to work to impact change. And I felt that I could because I had many years of building trust. So that for me, I think that personal connection is really key. And then one other comment I'll make, we currently have worked with a national organization as well, really focused on implicit bias within the department. And I was on the elevator one day and a young person got on and they said, oh, I went to that diversity training. It was really awkward. And I said, that's good. And they were like, what? And I said, we make awkward a negative thing. I said, but if you went to a diversity training and can come back and tell me you felt awkward, then that means to me, you were actually engaged in what was going on. Now, what you have responsibility to do is to figure out what part of it made you awkward, what part of you feels awkward, and continue to work on that. So.
Yes.
Accept the awkwardness.
Thanks, Joanne. Heather.
Right, yeah, so, not to toot our own horn, but, I don't know if I said that I'm a lawyer. I don't remember if I said that in the beginning, but I'm a
You
lawyer.
confessed, you did.
Oh, I did? Okay, I put it out there. Okay, all right. Sometimes I don't, but, so anyway, I'm the chair of the Public Health Law Committee for NYSBA, and we've been doing for the last year a DEI 3-city tour, which has been really kind of illuminating for me and incredible. And we've had some really great speakers. One of my heroes, Cliff Barnes out of Epstein Becker, woo woo Cliff, has been one of the speakers. We've been going to like different places. It was, a brainchild of Jane Berg in our section to do this work. And so we've been to Albany.
All the way to Albany, yes.
New York City. I'll be back. New York City. We've been in Buffalo. We're gonna be in Buffalo again. And every spring and fall, we pick 3 more cities to do this. So, by the way, if you're interested, we could come to your city. So just let us know if you're interested in us coming to your city. But it's been great to just hear some of the work that practitioners are doing and to really get in depth into some of these social determinant issues that all of us have been talking about. And so I'm loving it. I'm glad we're going to keep doing it. Thank you to New York State Bar Association for supporting it. And, it's been wonderful to be part of that effort through the Public Health Law Committee and the Health Law section.
So dare I say inspirational?
Inspirational, 100%. Absolutely. Yes. At first it was aspirational, but now it's inspirational.
You might have to come back to Albany.
I love Albany. I'll be back.
Yeah. Julia, what makes a good race equity, health equity, implicit bias training great?
So I'll give 2 examples because Heather already started with let's toot our own horn. Then I'm going to talk about an implicit bias training that we developed. It's nearly finished, but a huge portfolio of our work has been in sickle cell disease and in some of the inherent biases that are well established and well evidenced. And we really wanted to think about a very structured approach to improving care across the continuum. So starting in the community all the way through to our inpatient setting, what can we do to optimize clinical care, innovate in this space, all with the goal of making patient care better. One of the things we looked for, because if you read the literature around sickle cell disease, one of the first things you're going to read about is the implicit biases, the discrimination that patients feel like they experience, particularly as it relates to pain and treatment of pain. And it's no wonder that I mentioned earlier, right, the way in which physicians, clinicians, community members think about pain, particularly in Black patients. So we looked for an implicit bias training. We wanted people to understand some of the potential biases that they may not be aware of, and we couldn't find one. So we actually, partnered with a really wonderful company out in California. And over the past year, we've been building an implicit bias training that focuses on pain management and perceptions of pain, particularly in the Black community, and then does a deep dive into sickle cell disease. I love it. I think it's really well done. We've worked a lot. We've worked really hard on it. And once it's final, it will be open. We will share it widely because I think it is really important to advance this space and advance the conversation. But I think the other aspect of that is I think there's a lot of diversity in trainings. So pun not intended, but just diversity in types of trainings that you can experience. It's online modules, in-person modules, it's patient stories and narratives that touch you. And so I will reflect back on a patient narrative that has always stuck with me. We had a panel presentation during my medical school career at Columbia, so 20 something years ago now. And we were hearing the experience of some of our patients with sickle cell anemia as they experienced the emergency room, as they confronted bias, as they tried to advocate for themselves. And that has always stuck with me 20 odd years later, hearing the direct patient narratives and the stories and understanding the importance of us rethinking our potential biases and confronting our own internal biases, all with the goal of improving patient care. So I'll put that little plug in for our own training that we have under development. And then I'll also just say that really always coming back to who is this affecting? That's been the most meaningful and touching to me over time.
Thank you. Mishka, are you gonna ask a question or do you want me to ask it? Because Joanne's ready if you want to ask it.
You know what? I can ask it. Hi, everyone. It's nice to see all of our panelists and everyone today. So there was a particular question just about the focus on racism and bias as it relates to healthcare providers and staff, especially when they're mandated reporters. So for mandated reporters, when it comes to like the child welfare system and other situations, can you talk about that focus that might exist when it comes to trying to address bias and racism there?
Sure. So let me say it's not necessarily an easy answer, right? So if you talk about different systems, they are led and regulated by different people and different parts of the state. What I will say is this, I think that we see, all you have to do is turn on the television and you see the blatant racism and bias that occurs in many, many sectors and agencies across our nation. And so, one, I am in full agreement that there should be mandated training. And if we can be very clear, a lot of times, though I hear it less lately, for many years, everybody wanted cultural competency. I never fully understood what cultural competency was, because what I want is cultural understanding so that you can be impactful in using the information that you gain within the role that you have. And when you enter into people's homes and when you start entering into people's communities, you have a responsibility. And that applies to everyone that you encounter. And clearly that's not being well received and not necessarily consistent in its application. There are ways in which to look at how there is a responsibility of mandated training that comes from policy, that comes from political will. And that comes from, unfortunately, having to mandate because in many areas, that is the only way in which it will be a requirement. I am a huge fan of engaging and embedding ourselves in medical schools as an example, because it is important to talk to people and have these discussions so that it is a normal part of the thought and practice before actually entering into the field and doing harm.
Are you invited back to medical schools when you come the first time?
We
I'm
are.
just asking.
We are. And that said, you know, I always learned when I worked in community, you and I may not be on the same page, right? I may be a little too extreme for you in some of the things that I do and things that I think. And if I want to enter into your community or into your facility, then I have to learn what matters to you. So there are some of us that are just strict, this is the way it should be, this is how it is, and I'm not going to change my language in order to engage with you. And then there are others of us that really work on making sure we're delivering a message in a way in which it can be heard. And, you know, if you want a simple example, you talk about faith communities and then go in and have conversations about sex and have conversations about birth control and
Reproductive
protection and
rights, right?
reproductive rights and all of that. There's a way to have those conversations and engage and get faith communities to be part of your conversation. It's a simple example that applies to any sector or space you may come into, and that learn what it is people are coming to you with. Harm reduction is a huge and important principle in the work that we do. And harm reduction looks at working with individuals where they're at. It's most often applied in substance use responses, but has really found its way in all responses. And harm reduction is a respectful way in which we acknowledge the differences, and we also work to create the spaces of collaboration.
I'm going to ask each of the panelists to give you a takeaway. You're all going to leave, well, of course, you're going to go to lunch and hear the keynote, and that's good. But tomorrow, you're going to think about today, right? And what would I like to work on first? So your takeaway, where was I? I'm gonna start with you, Julia, please. It's just a nugget.
Sure, very quick nugget, that all of us can be advocates, no matter what our role is, no matter where we are in the legal system, the health system, healthcare, we can all be advocates. I think Joanne said at the beginning, we all have a responsibility. And I think once we own that responsibility for change, we actually can make change. So think about what you have in your space and how can you advocate for change?
Thank you, Julia. Heather?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a great takeaway. Mine is going to be extremely similar to Julia's, basically leading from a place of personal empathy. So leading from a place where we can all do something about ourselves, right? We all have control, more or less, on us. And so to the extent that we can examine how often do I go into a patient room and I have a certain thought about what this outcome is going to be? Or how often do I assume that somebody in a certain neighborhood doesn't know what quinoa is or an avocado is and they don't want it? We can all lead from our own personal selves. And to the extent that we can examine that and do a deep dive and make those changes, imagine if 10% of the population were able to do that. What a difference that would make. So leading from a place of personal empathy and growth and openness is what I would say to take away from this.
Thank you, Heather. Joanne.
All right.
Tomorrow, what should people do or think about?
Yes, so the reality is you can make the time that you spent here an event, or you can actually take the experience from here and make it eventful. And I hope that you find the opportunities to take some of the points of discussion and embed them into your organizations and into your practices. It starts with a discussion, and it starts with just a willingness to perhaps feel that awkwardness. Each and every single person that's in here has the ability to at least bring education to the table.
So now I want to see by show of hands, what you might work on in the next several weeks. I'll give you a couple of weeks. First, do you think your community should attack health disparities first by improving data collection and use? So I can know what the health disparities are, where we live and work. Second, should we mandate training for licensed healthcare professionals? Or third, should we mandate DEI bias, social determinants of health training as part of licensure for providers? So first, tell me if you, by show of hands, would you say this would be the first issue in your community? Improve data collection and use. Okay, you only need one hand to count those, huh? Yeah. Second, oh, you didn't vote. You don't have to vote. You vote every day, right? Second, would you mandate training for licensed healthcare professionals? Ernesto's helping me count. We got a little traction in the room. We're going to show you the Zoom vote too. Or third, require DEI bias training as part of licensure if you want to be a healthcare provider facility. Number two is on the healthcare professionals. Number three is on the provider. No, Hesna. One. Okay, well, however you want to count that, Ernesto. Let's see. Let's see the weight of the Zoom room. You gotta move over. Here's where our online colleagues landed. Very different, huh? So interesting. Anyway, and thoughtful. I promised, I guess we're not ending too late, Judge. But we are gonna have to end. The conversation will continue. Can you stay for lunch? Thank you. But I have her email and her
I can
cell
stay
phone.
for lunch.
So you could pay me off. Oh, you didn't get lunch? Have a Clementine.
I'm gonna get one. Actually, they're upstairs. Bye.
Presenters and speakers so far this morning. We have much more to go today, and we hope you will continue to join us. Lunch is in the gymnasium downstairs on the second floor. Take the elevator, you're gonna get off the elevator and turn right. If you walk down the stairs, same thing. And we have some really great speakers and things at lunch as well. So come and join some repast and some conversation and some more, and then come back here at 2:15. Yes, the lunch speakers are in the gymnasium. 2:15 is the panel on education.
Well, good evening. I really and truly wish I could be there with you. For if there's anybody to whom I am indebted, it's lawyers, and especially around the time of the Civil Rights Act. Let me just take a minute to remind you and myself that it was lawyers from New York, Constance Baker Motley, who later became a judge. The guy who they blame for critical race theory, Bell. They were two of our lawyers, and before they got there, though, the people had written a Birmingham manifesto, and it was mostly steel workers and school teachers and doctors, and it was their grievances. And Derek Bell took the Birmingham manifesto, and then when Martin Luther King went to jail, he had the letter from the Birmingham jail, and he put all that together and took it to Harvard, and now they call it critical race theory. But I like to remember that it didn't come from Harvard. It came from the people of the city of Birmingham. And Martin Luther King, who wrote his letter from the Birmingham jail around the corners of the New York Times in the spare. And then when he finished, when he ran out, thank God they had tough toilet paper in the Birmingham jail, because he finished it on waxy, colored toilet paper. Now, that's an important greeting, because that struggle that I was a part of, and when we really didn't know what we were doing, has left you all with a legacy that was really successful. We were successful in Birmingham because we started talking about it on the 17th of December, when Fred Shuttlesworth's church was bombed for the third time. And we couldn't get to Birmingham until March, really. But Dr. King told me, well, Andy, do you know any white people in Birmingham? And I said, I don't know. I've never been to Birmingham much. He said, you got 2 months to meet some. I said, why? He said, we have to have somebody to negotiate with. And so we took the Birmingham Manifesto and we started talking with a group of business people that were pulled together by the Episcopal Bishop of the state of Alabama and about a dozen businessmen. So before we had any demonstrations, we had a dialogue going between about 10 of us in the movement and about 10 of the business community. And they knew we were going to boycott and not buy anything but food and medicine for at least 90 days. They knew we were going to march and demonstrate. They knew we were going to send people to jail. And we gave them every opportunity and made good arguments for everything that the Birmingham Manifesto demanded. All we wanted was just for the ladies who were working there selling clothes, who were black, not to have to wear white smocks. They should be able to dress up like the young ladies from Alabama and Auburn who were coming in part-time. And they got commissions and dressed up nice. And the black women who did all the work, were treated like maids and not given a commission. So we went down a list of grievances that were very specific, that came from the people of Birmingham. And we started talking about it 2 months almost before we had the first demonstration. Now, when I say the first demonstration, I mean the first march. But we almost immediately stopped buying anything but food or medicine. So when you get 90,000 people who are not buying anything but food or medicine, you crash the economy. And so all of this was going on while the negotiations continued. And then when thousands of young people went to jail, it didn't take us long to reach an agreement. And I say this because almost everything that ended up being passed by the Congress in the 1964 Civil Rights Act was really agreed to by these businessmen and churchmen in Alabama almost a year ahead of that. I wanted to say that because that's the difference between what we did in the 63 and Black Lives Matter of a few years ago. They had no time to prepare. They had 9 minutes and 41 seconds that all of us got disgusted and despair over the death of George Floyd. And we said a lot of things and we made a lot of comments that probably didn't help us. But thank God for the New York bar. And because you have taken up the movement in another way. And we are seeing justice evolve at another level, and we still have a long way to go. While you are moving forward, the Supreme Court seems to be stagnant, and it can't remain that way. But maybe we have to find other ways to see to it that the needs as well as the dreams of an oppressed people, of a diverse nation, can come together in perfect harmony. That's the challenge that you lawyers have taken up. And we took it up without much benefit of anything but the fact that I went to Howard too, and I had met Thurgood Marshall when I was way back in 6th grade, arguing a case in Louisiana for equalization of teachers' salaries. So my daddy was afraid I was going to be a lawyer, but I didn't make it. But I am grateful to you and the New York Bar for helping to keep this country stable. And actually, I have confidence that you too shall overcome. And I would be there with you if it wasn't for my celebration of my 92nd birthday. And I got a bunch of CEOs from Atlanta who've agreed to have dinner with me so that we can talk about how the cooperation that has helped Atlanta to become a really, truly free and wonderful city. 9 black mayors in a row. We've grown our economy from less than 1 million people to now over 7 million. We built an airport with the help of lawyers also where we used no government funds, no taxpayer money. We came to Wall Street and used tax-exempt municipal bonds. And we think we've done pretty good in Atlanta, and we've sort of changed Georgia even more. And the law had a lot to do with it. And we thank you, and please keep on keeping on. The security, the stability, and the dreams of our nation and Martin Luther King depend in some measure on your ability to make the law of the land real and true for all of God's children. Thank you very much, and God bless you and your work. Amen. Have a good night.
Dodds said, the nimbleness of the law gives us hope. And I just want to kind of add to that. I think it's the power of education that gives us hope and the nimbleness of the law that gives us agency. Because we, as educators, have been talking about this all of the time, and we can only go so far. We can't go to where we need to go without the judicial system. So I just wanted to add to her commentary. I think of education as justice. And you as attorneys, you know, even the smallest words, two-letter words make a difference. A lot of people say education is justice, like an equation, education equals justice. And my thought is that education is justice. It is as justice. It is the same. It's the same. When you see education, you see justice. When you see justice, you see education. All of the things that we've spoken about today can't happen without education. We talked about the training that's required. Unfortunately, the foundation for education in this country was not designed for equity or justice or liberation. It's been weaponized as a tool of oppression. You think about the books that have been banned, the educators whose careers have been ruined because of what they're teaching, and they're teaching the truth. You know, as we sit here, we have these banned books, which is crazy. People, the lives of people like Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, can't be taught without consequences in some states and some schools. And that's crazy. And we really have to have a sense of urgency for the work that we're getting ready to do, because we who sit here, we know that education is the undergirding of justice. We know that education, it's the core of liberation. Nelson Mandela said that education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. And if there is no education, no increase in BIPOC teachers, no equitable funding, no attention paid to the trauma, none of the attention paid to health, none of the systems-based recoveries, there will be no education. And without education, there will be no justice. And we know the rest of that phrase: without justice, there will be no peace. So I have joined a panel, an illustrious panel of folks who are getting ready to talk about racism, wealth equity, and education. And we're going to, our time was a little truncated, but we're going to do our best to say what we can say. I'm going to ask Nelson Marr to talk about first our committee process, and then we're going to talk about disproportionality, training, and then equitable funding. So Nelson, talk to us about this committee process.
Thank you, Hasna. Yeah, thought it might be a good idea to provide some context about the topics that we're going to be discussing today, and to give you a little bit of backdrop about how we got to the recommendations that we did in this report here, which I'm sure you've all read. But if you do, you'll see what I mean. In the summer of 2022, I was asked to join the Task Force on Racism, Social Equity, and the Law by Lillian Moy, the esteemed Lillian Moy. She's not here right now. Oh, she's there. Oh. I distinctly remember you volunteering me. In the initial discussions of the task force, we identified 6 main areas of daily life that cause structural racism to be entrenched and persistent in our society. And the hopes were that we would develop recommendations to address them. It's no surprise that one of the subcommittees that was formed was to cover the issue of education, which we all universally see as an area that offers the promise of a more equitable society. But we all also recognize that this promise often has been betrayed by the institutional and historical racism that we will soon discuss. Safe to say, since I was one of only a few task force members who regularly practice in education law, I was again volunteered to be the co-chair of the education subcommittee. Our subcommittee was made up of some great attorneys from a wide spectrum of areas who cared deeply about the mission of the task force. We even had attorneys from the state education department, not the same one who's here today. An attorney who worked at that time for a union representing teachers, and another attorney who was working at the time for an association representing school boards throughout New York State. So for a year and a half, our committee looked at the issue of education and how it was being impacted by racism, and what we could do to create meaningful recommendations to address this. It goes without saying that the impacts of systemic racism are vast when we talk about education, from segregation to underfunding, to educator quality, to disproportionality, and the list goes on. So we knew we had to narrow our focus, and which is why you'll probably notice a lot is not contained within the education sections of the report. We approached it from a view of tackling those that we felt were significantly impacting students of color, especially students who are Black and Latinx. In the final report, you'll find that we did focus on 3 areas: disproportionality, training, and funding, which we will talk about today. We felt that these areas affected students significantly, but we also believe that these were areas that we could address in a meaningful way and in a pragmatic way in the short term. Yeah, I'll leave it at that since we're running a little bit behind. And that's just to say that we could have touched on a whole host of issues. We could have written a separate 100-page report just on education issues alone. But we had to narrow our focus. We were given a 12-page limit. So this is why we're here. Thank you.
The first recommendation that we're going to talk about is, it reads, support measures to reduce or eliminate the racial disproportionality in school discipline that contributes to disparities in educational outcomes. At one point in my career, I was a building level administrator, and I did assign students to in-school suspension and out-of-school suspension for behaviors that were against the code of conduct. And as Professor Dodd was talking this morning, she talked about the status-oriented violence, and it was meted out for disrupting, because of those disrupting authority. And that's why those students were in school suspension and out-of-school suspension, because they were defying authority, or they were mirroring the violence reflected in the society based on race and other unhealthy environments. And, you know, I participated in that. And I'm so glad to see that these recommendations are here. We did have alternatives that came about, but I wasn't in the building at the time. But they're still used, these exclusionary measures. So I'm going to turn to Dan to talk to us about disproportionality and some of the legislation that has come about and where we are, where we need to go with this.
Thank you, Reza. Yeah, if you'll forgive me a brief historical detour, which may be the intro to many of the things I talk about. So student discipline has been with us and has been regulated in some capacity for a long time in New York. There's a very unique statute that gives the Commissioner of Education, who's the head of the state education department, the ability to review appeals of almost any school district action. So through a volume that we have collected from the 19th century, we have appeals of disciplinary incidents going back 150 years. So you can see generally how the philosophy has evolved over time. And, in those days, the rationale was punishment. You were bad and you are going home because you are bad. One of the punishments I think you might find interesting, which the commissioner did not endorse, was moving a kid to sit near a hot stove in one of those one-room schoolhouses. Even in the 1800s, that was too much for the commissioner. But corporal punishment was allowed. And it was the same idea that you have been bad and we, the authority figures, can give it back to you. But we now know that that model doesn't work. Even if it feels good to exclude students, you've gotten this troublesome kid out of your classroom, it doesn't work. It's not going to bring about any change, any lasting change. So one of the reasons, even if we don't know this intuitively, which many educators and professionals do, we now know this through data, which is collected by the US Department of Education. So in a report, which is in your materials, there was a committee called the Safe Schools Task Force. Within that report, you'll find links to this data. But it indicates that from 2011 to 2017, consistently, discipline is being imposed against primarily African-American students and students with disabilities. And it has not changed almost at all during that time period. So I think that anyone involved in education realized that this needs to be a solution. It needs to be a holistic solution. And it's wonderful today you've been able to hear about the areas of housing, of health, because those things are inextricable from school reform too. So that report, the Safe Schools Task Force, which included New York stakeholders and the department, made several recommendations. And one is to acknowledge that this exclusionary discipline doesn't work, limit it so it cannot be imposed against our youngest students. And this is key, move toward it being seen as a learning or an educational opportunity. If you have a student who did something bad, they are coming back to the classroom. So it's imperative that you try to ensure when they come back, they can understand what they did was wrong and move them toward, a productive path. So there is legislation that was introduced last session, the Solutions Not Suspensions bill. Our role at SED is to provide technical assistance on those bills. So I hope to see it or something like it in this session as well.
Yeah, I remember, thank you so much. Having options, thinking of options for students, and like working in a garden, but still none of those options went as far as addressing the trauma or whatever it was that brought the child to that behavior. And I'm so pleased to see that the report addresses that.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I think as someone who's been practicing in education law and representing students in the discipline process for 25 years, I can say wholeheartedly my direct experiences sort of back up what the researchers say, that exclusionary discipline does not actually result in positive changes in a child's behavior, especially if we don't address the underlying root causes of the behavior. Oftentimes it's simply to just punish or to remove the child from the classroom because the teacher or educator, finding it hard to manage the classroom with that student being disruptive. And certainly the solutions not suspensions bill that Dan mentioned is a piece of legislation that can start addressing that. Currently in New York State, you can suspend a student for a full school year for 180 days. And I think that regularly still happens in parts of New York State. Thankfully, in New York City, there has been some efforts to make changes. We've advocates and the Department of Education in New York City had worked together to reform the discipline code and have tried to limit long-term suspensions because they certainly have seen the research and it shows that there is no benefit to these exclusionary discipline policies. But I think certainly the state would benefit from having similar, I guess, limits on lengths of suspension.
In addition to the fact that long-term suspensions violates their constitutional right to an education. Child's not being educated when they're outside the building. There are some school districts that already have introduced policies. Mine, in the city of Schenectady, we already were looking at moving away from punishment towards restorative practices. It is an institution of education. Those children are there to learn, so it is our responsibility to educate them, right? I do want to lift up, there's this interconnectedness, this intersectionality of everything that we've talked about today and things that we haven't talked about today. The systems and structures that founded this country are not one that are for all of us. I do love how many times people say all of us, by the way, inside joke. Punishment being used as a deterrent has never worked, not in any aspect of this society, not inside our schools, not inside our communities. The idea of removing a body for the safety and well-being of a community, whether it's inside the classroom or our local neighborhoods, doesn't work. The number of people currently incarcerated, not including those on post-release, not including our suspended or in-school suspended students, is by and far the largest incarcerated rate in the world, but this is not the safest place in the world. And so the idea that our institution of education is yet to fully catch up to the idea of how do we change behavior? How do we teach people better instead of continuing to punish them and being surprised that the outcome is not working? It's a bit sad. And as far as the corporal punishment, it's even the language inside the policy inside our schools. Right now, we are changing the corporal punishment policy to be more up to date and to reference instead the appropriate level of physical interaction. Because no, corporal punishment is not allowed, so we shouldn't have a corporal punishment policy. It's not allowed. But what is the appropriate level of physical interaction with our children that is the last resort and not the first?
And it speaks to the need for the training that was also in the report and the training in the that mentioned in the panel of health. In order to make the change that we're talking about, we need to train folks. It does start with yourself, but it does extrapolate out into the folks who work with our children and training those folks. I was so glad to see the recommendation, not only for licensed professionals and provider facilities to minimize bias with training, but also that the training had to be rigorous and that the trainers had to be trained. One of the things I had to do as an educator was I was training folks in what was called back then, back in the day, multicultural education. And it was called something else prior to that. Now it's DEIA, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And it'll be something else in 20 years. But when I first started out, I was doing my doctoral research on multicultural education, what it took for middle school teachers to implement it. And I was giving a presentation to a group of high school teachers. And I was talking about the fact that Christopher Columbus did not discover America. And one person walked out. That fact rocked his world. And as we mentioned in one of the other presentations, it's good, I think it was a health presentation, it's good when you get a little agitated in your training, where you're a little bit off kilter. Because we all, well, maybe not all of us, but you know, we remember that little rhyme, you know, Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue and all of that, and he discovered all these people and all this land that had never been there before. So that's the type of training that we need to provide for people, give them these facts that kind of turn them on their heels. There was another type of training I did on a personal level. There was a woman who was applying for a position as an assistant principal, and she was as a principal, and she was already an assistant principal in the district. And she made a comment about how there was a student, African-American, it was an mainly African-American school district, that he wasn't gonna go to Harvard. He wasn't gonna get into Harvard. She had made that conclusion. And we stopped that interview, right? We're like, and I had to share with her that her statement was prejudice. And so that was the type of training that you give to folks, you know, all the time. You can't let it go. If you're in the ladies' room or men's room or whichever room you go to, and there's something that happens, you have to address it as long as you feel that you're safe. You can't let it go. That's the type of training that we as agents of justice have to do. So let's turn to the training that's in the report. Education for licensed professionals and provider facilities to minimize bias. You're gonna talk about that, right?
Yeah, you covered quite a bit of ground there. But I will say that, you know, I think for those of us in the advocacy world, when systems aren't working well but the laws are actually, I guess, you know, not terrible, and we tend to turn to training as sort of the solution, right? That people just need to be better trained. And certainly that goes without saying for the world of education. There definitely is a good law on the books already. You know, the Dignity for All Students Act, that law covers ensuring school climates are free of, you know, intimidation, harassment, bullying, and discrimination. And it does actually mandate training for all educators on, you know, those different aspects of bullying, harassment, discrimination. But one area that is lacking is the issue of implicit bias, which we've touched on here and I think in the entire session as well. And this is really important because going back to disproportionality, that is seen as one of the major reasons why we have this disproportionality in suspension rates. So for students who are being disciplined for the exact same conduct, students who are Black will get longer suspensions and will definitely get suspended, whereas students who are white will either get a shorter suspension or not get suspended at all. So to address that, our subcommittee thought it was really important to make sure that the training that's already out there required of educators include this aspect of implicit bias. And then going back towards having more tools, right? And really understanding the functions of behaviors, the committee also thought it was important to uplift the need for educators to be trained in trauma. Because I think it goes without saying, we all know there's a mental health crisis in our nation. I think the numbers are just through the roof in terms of young people experiencing mental health crisis and having experienced a traumatic experience. And so a lot of this is rooted in experience of trauma. And if our educators are better prepared, I think, in the classroom. By having this training, they certainly would be better able to respond. And the other issue that I think is really important is to ensure that efficacy in training, because I'm full disclosure, I'm married to a principal. So, you know, I hear very often about the challenges that educators face, you know, especially working in a high needs community. Educators are stressed beyond belief and they're pulled in so many directions. And it's easy to just attend a session of professional development and not really be present. And so there really needs to be some way to ensure that the training is effective and that we're really moving the needle with the professional development.
I think it's interesting that you brought up the root cause of the behaviors of the children. I think we should also lift up the root cause of the bias of individuals. We are here in this country where there are deep-rooted beliefs that have been a part of and the result of indoctrination, assimilation, and whitewashing of our own history. And so individuals are capable of treating children fairly. They just don't do it for every child, right? Because there's a longstanding message that if Jennifer and Hakeem are both doing the same thing, with Jennifer, you're imagining what Jennifer looks like. Oh, she might just be having a bad day, or, you know, she looks tired, but when Hakeem does it, he's being disrespectful and rude and nasty, and how dare he stand up to me like that, even though the same behavior is seen. It is not just a training or professional development. It is not just learning, it is unlearning. And the need for policy for that to happen, the need for the implementation to unfold in a way that ensures an individual doesn't show up and feel guilty, right? Because it does a disservice to just be like, you know what? I know you're a racist and you need to learn this. That helps nobody. But to be able to recognize that individuals all show up with their own set of knowledge, understanding, and beliefs, and how can we meet them where they're at so that we can all learn and grow together? Because it is possible, the same way that Jennifer, Becky, Jessica are treated, we can treat all children that way if we all learn the things we need to in a country that is founded on treating everyone differently. So as we do this professional development that's going to have a positive impact on all marginalized students, right? Whether it's based on their race, their religion, their country of origin, their ability levels, these marginalized students who are the majority, not only of this country, but globally, we then will see results of education changing the cycle of poverty, changing and ending violence when individuals are able to be their full selves and be supported, and then give back the skills and knowledge that they have. Because each of those children could have already cured cancer if they weren't suspended, right? So there's this wealth of knowledge that it's indicative to our own survival, at the least, if we support them and give them the opportunity to learn and grow while we continue to learn and grow. And I say this very often, I don't know everything. I know lots of stuff. But the benefit of being me is that I recognize that every place I show up is an opportunity not for me just to teach, but to learn. And if our educators go forward with that same idea that they walked in the classroom and that child may have something to teach them, not just that they have something to teach them, we can shift it. But unfortunately, we need policy to move us forward because the foundation is so corrupt. The only change can happen is through the law. After you shut it down.
all this reminds me that every place has a culture. I thought about that during Capel's story, that he had been in so many different places that had these different cultures and these different norms and ways of living and understanding. And there was actually a wonderful presentation of the Board of Regents last month by Dr. Beth Patton, who is at Syracuse. And it was about epistemic injustice in libraries and about what kind of information do we deem worthy of compiling and saving. And she pointed out that certain forms of information like gossip, and she had the Salem witch trial on the screen, is not seen as a legitimate source of information or something worth recording or preserving. And that can be women's history. And in the same way, she talked about how her family has a remarkable civil rights history, and very little of it was preserved in the state archive. So the department does have a culturally responsive sustaining education framework, which is what's recommended to schools to inform every bit of their instruction. So again, something you can look into, but that puts unique culture at the heart of understanding the school community that you work and teach in, or the professional community.
I want to go back to something that Jamaica was saying, in terms of the training. Also, we got to address the trauma of the educators, because we educators, all of us, are exposed to the violence and to the trauma. And as much as we might think it's not hurting us or making an impact on us, it really is. And it goes back to the implicit bias, You were going to say something?
Yeah, no, I was somewhat following up on that line of thinking as well, that, we really have to also look at educators too in this, and their needs, right? And one of the things that we uplift in our report in the education section of the training is the need for healing-centered schools, to understand that this is an issue that has to really filter throughout the whole entire school community, not just for students, not just for educators, but for everyone. And I think it goes without saying, that truism, hurt people. So if people are, coming to work, dealing with issues, they will in turn likely make poor decisions. And it goes towards also addressing the culture of the school. So I think this is a really important issue that sometimes get glossed over.
One of the things, I talked about education as justice, and part of that thinking is really valuing the teaching profession. And we have, and it's not even an exodus, although that's part of it, of teachers. We didn't have the full force in the first place, especially diverse teachers. We had some data about the numbers of teachers, and the percentage of those who are Black men is even more minuscule. And if it takes a teacher who looks like you to improve your chances, then we're already really behind the line, because we don't have the teacher coalition that's reflective of the student population. But valuing teachers, you think of the value, and rightly so, that we place on those in the military, and the incentives that they have in terms of housing, in terms of education, and other benefits that they have and that they deserve. But can you imagine if we did something similar for teachers? How do you get an African-American male teacher to teach in Schenectady? To teach math in Schenectady?
Got a couple.
You got a couple. And how many students do you have?
I know.
You see what I'm saying? You might have two.
We're working on it.
Yeah, and I've been in a district where I was the only one other than the person who was passing. So, but if we had that value of the profession, I think we would be able to get a little closer to our goals. I want to ask you, and you don't have to answer the question. Don't answer the question in terms of what it is. But do you know what your implicit bias is? Do you have an implicit bias? You have to tell me what it is. I have one. I know mine. I know it, and I think about it, and I have to shut it down. You know it, so you and I are the only one? Let's talk. You have one? You have to tell me what it is, but you have one? Yeah. Yeah. So, and do you work on it? And you know that it's there, so you kind of put it aside and you try to open your mind and your heart, because it's all about the passion and love. Anything less than love is trauma. And all of it, and all of it is about teaching compassion and teaching each other how to see ourselves. I need to see myself in you and me, and that's what's gonna turn it around. So I'm off my soapbox.
I think the microphone died.
My microphone died.
Share.
Here you go.
Sharing is caring.
All right, let's talk about
How much it's gonna cost to get it
the
done?
funding. Yeah, let's talk about this funding. It's interesting because we have so many unfunded mandates that come down, or underfunded mandates. Great ideas, 3K and all of that. But like, where's the money? Where's it coming from? I was very pleased to hear about the woman, the billionaire who is creating an endowment for Albert Einstein University for anybody who wants to become a doctor. They can go to school for free. Now that's interesting. That's kind of, you know what I'm saying? Free education. Can you imagine if education were free? Can you imagine that? The difference it would make in the lives of the mothers who are carrying the children who will inherit our societies? Can you imagine even if the internet were free? Hey. Why don't you talk to us a little bit about some funding?
Whether or not I'm gonna need my glasses for my notes is a whole question. I'll be 50 in September.
Embrace it, girl. Just embrace it.
Do we not see this? I'm good. I think I want to start with, when we think about funding, and you mentioned the military, it's about prioritization. It is not a lack of resources. We are in the richest country in the world and one of the richest states in the nation. It's not a lack of resources, it's about prioritization. And it is very clear that the priority is control, violence, and militarism. It's why punishment has been used inside our schools for so long: control, violence, and militarism. That funding goes to that instead of supporting schools, healthcare, housing, investing in local businesses, those types of things. Well, we don't have the money for it, but oh no, we need $3 billion and we're going to find it somewhere. But here in New York State, it is still part of that same American history. We're talking about racism, and I challenge you to consider that racism is the blueprint of all forms of oppression and exploitation. We figured it out. We figured out how to marginalize groups of people based on different things. When I say racism, I mean all forms of oppression and exploitation, regardless of what the purpose is. But racism in this country paved the way for that to happen to all types of people. And through that, it meant that not everyone should receive education. The Reconstruction period, Black folks were the ones talking about everyone should get an education. That was the move forward. And then when we desegregated our schools, because desegregation needed to happen, but unfortunately, white folks didn't want Black teachers teaching their children. So when we integrated, we lost Black teachers, and our students no longer saw themselves represented in the classroom. Add that on top of what our books were teaching kids. Slavery, that was Black History Month. Maybe Rosa Parks, of course MLK, because we can whitewash him and turn the other cheek. and not talk about how radical he was. There are decisions made about how the funding is spent, where the funding is spent, and who's responsible for the funding. The fact that there's this idea that our localities should foot part of the bill when we talked about redlining, and there's no economic base in a community, but you somehow are going to have the same opportunity in Schenectady as Niskayuna. Everybody in upstate knows where that is. Everybody else can look it up. That's why the foundation aid formula was created. That was the need for the campaign for fiscal equity. Now Senator Robert Jackson walked from New York City to Albany more than once, y'all. And on his last trip, I was honored to be with him because we had to fight and say, every school deserves the money needed to educate the children in that building. And not every building has the same needs. Folks love talking about ACEs and the ACE score of students or the ACE score of an individual. Without funding that building that has an increased need. Because if there is increased trauma of the students, if there's an increased rate of homelessness or violence in the community, it takes more to educate that child. You can't have a ratio of 1 to 250 students per counselor and expect that that one person is addressing all of the needs of 250 students that showed up not knowing if they have a home to go back to, if their father has been arrested, if their mother has been abused, or if they're going to eat that day. That child can't learn yet. So the foundation aid that we receive and the formula that currently exists, if our governor so chooses to uphold it, is not enough. It is better than where we were by a long shot. Because before the campaign for fiscal equity, they were just giving folks money when they felt like it. Well, we're just gonna give this money here, we'll give that money there. And it was very much horse trading. With the foundation aid formula, we have an opportunity to fully educate every single child. And our microphones we're all just gonna share. This also is what happens when you're underfunded. You have to share. This is what happens. Everybody can't have a microphone anymore. Look, everybody's gonna be out. That's what's gonna happen. And so we're gonna be resilient and we're gonna find a way forward. But without the funding necessary for our children, generation after generation is losing out. So yes, we need to change the foundation aid formula to be more reflective of where we are right now and the needs of students in different districts. And that includes the teachers and the environment. Our teachers need to be well paid. They shouldn't have to take a second job to pay their rent or their mortgage. Again, intersectionality, housing costs, it's ridiculous. I'm not trying to hear it. It is the entire institution when we talk about funding. Mind you, the mission and vision is to educate the child. But if we don't have caring, compassionate people who are fully supported in their work, it is a workplace. And we all care about workplaces, right? Right? There's workers' rights. Teachers are doing a job, and it is a very valuable job. As a mother of 4, 2 who have IEPs, and all 4 of them are Black, I know what that funding looks like when it is not received, which is why I was one of the plaintiffs in the NYSBA case against then Andrew Cuomo, because he felt like balancing the budget on the backs of our babies. And unfortunately, even though we got to a space where Governor Hochul said, that's it, Jamaica, I'm not gonna come to court with you anymore. We're gonna fully fund Schenectady, but we can't only fund Schenectady. We have to fully fund the $4.2 billion owed across New York State. Took 3 years to do it, and now it's questioning whether or not she's going to continue. Every year that Schenectady saw an increase in funding, we saw an increase in graduation rates. We increased social workers. We increased It makes a difference. We also increase support for teachers. We have whole days where teachers get to have like back rubs and spas. It's not enough. It's not. But it does show a commitment to the environment of the institution that requires money in the richest country in the world, one of the richest states in the nation. It exists. But if we don't do what is right by funding it, then we are intentionally saying we are okay with the racist policies, practices, and budgeting decisions that have happened since the beginning of this country. I say no.
Thanks, Jamaica. That's great. I think the point you made about the targeted funding is a great one. And that's been the general narrowing of this litigation over time and this idea. So, you know, starting in the 70s, there was a wave of these school funding lawsuits across the country. A movement that really started, you know, in academia. And at first it was just send more money, right? You know, and then it was because it's unequal. And then it became, well, actually, let's look at outcomes, you know, narrowing it a little bit more. And the one active school funding case, Maisto is the lead plaintiff involving small city schools. We're now at a stage of that where the remedies are getting crafted and it is getting down to that level more. That, you know, it's not just enough to cut a check to these city school districts. What exactly do they need? And are we going to, you know, is it going to go to social workers? Is it going, so it's down to that level. So I think that's a great point. And again, we talked about the wealth of local districts and their ability to weather storms. You know, it's interesting that districts that during COVID, the one state that normally is lauded for having 100% state funding, Hawaii, was in deep fiscal trouble because the state was out of money. New York, the richer districts did fine because they can just squeeze it out of the tax base more. So that system of having access to local taxpayers who are likely to vote the budget and have a large amount of wealth, it gives immense power and flexibility to certain districts over others. One of the more interesting ideas, the book is in the materials, by the authors Coons, Clune, and Sugarman from the 70s, was to have a wealth equalization policy, which said basically everyone will chip in a certain percent, and if you can't make it, the state will match it. Just as kind of an interesting for any would-be plaintiffs out there. You know, it's an interesting theory. It didn't come to fruition, but
How far did that fly in Scarsdale?
exactly.
No, really, I asked because, you know, a lot of the education is based on your zip code. And mine is working. It's not working? Okay, oh, okay. And I grew up in Westchester and love Westchester. We've got 40 school districts in a real small footprint. And Scarsdale is one of those school districts. And it is a fabulous, fabulous school district. It really is. It's one of the maybe only ones who didn't have to do, you know, the regents and the testing that they had because they were going to get into college anyway, the students. I digress. Anyway, there are times when, for example, Greenberg was part of White Plains. It was like lopped off. And then you had the Greenberg Central School District as well as the other school districts in Greenberg. Similarly, in Poughkeepsie, a small city school district, Spack and Kill was part of that, and they got lopped off and the school districts changed. And, you know, can either of you speak to the concept of these zoning as it relates to the funding of schools and the zip codes? You know, it was a way of connecting to the housing conversation. You know, when the white flight took place, the schools and the resources followed. Can either of you speak to that, the zip code conundrum?
Hesna, if I may just interject, I'm sorry, before the answer, if I could just show the last code for the day. And for our virtual attendees, let me just put this up.
You don't have to write it down.
The last MCLE verification code for today's program is the letter E, as in education or elementary. I'll just leave this up for just a few more seconds. And one final time for our online attendees, the last MCLE verification code is the letter E, as in education. Thank you.
I think to start on, I guess the dim note is that the Supreme Court really backed out of this game. The crucial question after Brown versus Board of Education was to be implemented was, first it was look at cities and what did you do in the city? But eventually the question became raised, well, but what do you do? Everyone fled. And now everyone's shrugging. The city says, well, we didn't do it. And the suburbs say, we didn't do it. And the Supreme Court had a chance to say, we are going to look at big areas and address the inequality of rich families fleeing the district. And they didn't. And Milliken versus Bradley was the big turning point where they said they were not going to bring in Detroit. Took a very formalistic view. We're not going to consider Detroit suburbs. We're only looking at the city of Detroit as an entity. We are very historically, legally attached to this concept of these fixed borders, but that allow for real injustices about who's in and who's out. The only other thing I mentioned from the SED perspective, which is interesting, is that there was a master plan for school district reorganization that the legislature embarked upon and handed over to the state education department in the 60s. And the plan was to create much bigger school districts. And it is that same local pushback that I think has killed the movement. And there has not been much activity toward expansion of boundaries. For anyone familiar with a BOCES, these large units, that's about the size. Those were going to be the boundaries of the future school districts.
We're busing. Oh, no, I'm good. It's just a joke about the ridiculousness of what folks would, I have two now. This is equity. I have two microphones, Lily, and you can't see. That one of the arguments from white parents was about busing, right? So the cost of busing or don't want our kids getting on the bus was the argument. Oh, no, we don't have a problem with them going to school with Black kids, but transportation. It's about funding, right? Like, how much are we willing to spend to ensure that every child gets an education and be willing to call out racism when that's what it is? I think that lots of folks get nervous or feel like I can't say it. I don't have that problem, but that if I say it, then somehow I'm offending someone. You shouldn't feel offended if you're not a perpetrator of it, right? We're all here to learn, but if someone makes a statement, and you said this already, and it has racist undertones, right? You feel yucky, like something's just not right about it. You don't have to call them out. Hey, I'm not sure that you realize what you just said. Can we talk about that, right? But when those mothers boycotted in New York City, and said, we're not desegregating, we're not doing this, it was racist. And we should be able to say that so that we don't repeat it, so that we don't end up in a situation where the city of Schenectady had an increasing rate of people of color. White families left and created Niskayuna. Niskayuna School District is new. Again, if you're not from upstate, you can look it up and find it. It's relatively new. Schenectady is one of the oldest school districts. Folks didn't want their kids going to school together, so they left and created their own school district. And they have a much larger tax base than Schenectady does.
Can you talk to us about school segregation?
Which one do you want?
Gosh, where to begin on school segregation? I think that for us in the committee, when we were looking at this issue, we knew that it was inextricably tied to land use policies and housing policies, the redlining and the segregation that was happening in housing. So, families who could afford could move and create their own school district, and others who couldn't were left, you know, in the more under-resourced communities. And obviously that had a double negative effect on the school districts, because school districts are, you know, largely funded through property taxes. And if you have a flight of wealthy families, you wind up then depressing land values, and then you have less of a tax base. So in New York State, you know, we have some of the most segregated school districts. I mean, New York City, I think in a recent report was actually #1 in the country in being the most segregated. And it does come back to the issue of housing policies. We don't have affordable housing in New York City, much like other parts of the state. So you have concentrations of, you know, low-income communities, and because of historical racism and systemic racism, you know, people of color tend to occupy that strata of the income level, you know. So I guess that's a bit of it in a nutshell, and I want to give room for.
Sure. Well, you know, all of the things we talked about, right? It all boils down to power, whether it is school district having a good district, having access to healthcare, to you know, to jobs. It's all about power. And if it's and that is something we can change, to say what Jamaica said. If that's not the power structure that we want, these are things that we can look to the NYSBA report and do all we can to change.
It's also based on fear and ignorance. You know, people fearing being around people who look like me, you know, for centuries, you know. And you can think of the media influences that we've had, from Birth of a Nation, you know, to the movies that are out now that show that fear of the Black man especially. So it's not only power, but fear, an underlying undercurrent fear that was purposefully implanted as part of the purposeful spread of or use of race-based existence in order to wield the power that you're talking about, you know?
And Ibram Kendi talks about how racism came to be, right? And this idea that the laws that came from racism were intentional, right? To maintain power. One point I want to make that has nothing to do with what we just said, is that there are laws and rights that exist. Some of them are really good. They don't mean anything to the parent that has no idea about them, which is why advocacy is so important, right? I love me some lawyers. Trust me, I do. Y'all are dope when you're on the right side of things. But to the average parent that's inside a school building, she doesn't have access to a lawyer to be like, hey, this just don't, does this, work with the law? Or she's not on a school board and can look up the policy or even know where the policy is. So one of the problems we have with our laws is access and implementation. And for parents in marginalized districts, and I'm always going to say marginalized, I'm not going to say minority, we are the majority. In those marginalized districts, when their kid gets suspended, they just accept it. They think that, well, they suspended them, it must be okay because they wouldn't do it otherwise. So there is a need for more education in our local communities. There's a wealth of knowledge in this room and probably online as well. but there are a lot more people that don't know. And so how do you help bridge that gap with communities who need access and opportunity to what the laws are, to what the rights are of those students, right? The rights of the students as well as the families. So while we have this conversation about the importance of laws, I mean, slavery was a law, but the importance of changing laws to have a more equitable society, we also need to have that education piece all the way down to every single person, because it can be enacted and no one will know.
Yeah, we have to think of education as an ecosystem, you know, that includes, and we're not teaching children, we're teaching families.
Indeed.
You know, I always tell young parents, you want, when the principal and the teacher sees your child, you want them to see you as the parent as well. We wouldn't be an education panel if we didn't ask you if you had any questions. Questions, yes.
I was gonna say use your teacher voice. The battery.
Thank you. Do you guys have thoughts about charter schools and, whether they are, born out of trying to do, more with less, or if they're, really the worst thing that's ever happened?
Yes.
Public education?
Yes, I absolutely have opinions about charter schools and the privatization of education. Because capitalism is a problem. And when we say that we're going to privatize education, we right now in New York have done two things. We've said, you can make money teaching these children with public funds and no accountability, right? Because my school district, he will call me if something's happening. It's going to be a whole situation. Don't want Schenectady in the news because we did something we weren't supposed to do. But the charter school does not have that same oversight. And number two, they get to pick and choose which babies they let in the door and whether or not they keep them there. We are obligated by state law, as we should be, to educate every single child in this state. The charter school movement likes to pretend it's about choice, and it's really about creating further division and looking to those impoverished families that are struggling, that want better for their children and may not have the full understanding of, well, the reason we have 30 kids in a classroom is because we're not fully funded, or we don't have the money we need, or like all of the other things. And that those charter schools take additional funding. And so we're leaving more and more children behind inside that public school that now has less funding, because yes, the money follows the child, but it also takes away from the children that are left behind. So I do have a problem with charter schools.
You don't want to get me started.
Or me.
You've got the mic.
I've actually litigated quite a few cases, specifically with the largest charter school network in the country. Well, maybe not the country, but in New York State, Success Academy charter schools. And without a doubt, what happens is that they do screen children, and and it's not through the child, it's through the parent. So they set up a system where, you have to attend a certain number of meetings, after you win the lottery. If you miss any one of those meetings, you get disenrolled. So, and it's smart, because they recognize that research shows children who are successful in school tend to have parents who are very engaged. So if the parent isn't going to make that meeting, they know that it's less likely that child's going to succeed. And the other way that they do it is through that tried and true fashion of discipline, of both through formal discipline and informal discipline. And so they push out kids who they recognize are having difficulties meeting their quote unquote academic standards. And it does actually have a significant detrimental impact to the school districts that are then left taking these children who oftentimes have significant needs. So not only have you taken the children who are actually the ones likely to succeed, now you've left the school district with less students, so enrollment is down, but then these are actually students with more needs, so there's a disproportionality there. I can go on, but, certainly charter schools, it was created with the best of intentions. I was around when the law first started to take effect, and it was really driven by community members who really wanted a choice. But as we understand in this system that, our society lives in, those who have means tend to really have real choice.
And the desire for that choice was based on the failure of the schools because of all the things we've been talking about all day. And the credentialing of the educators is not as rigorous as the credentialing for public schools. It's also being used now as the, it's not the mouthpiece, but Ambassador Young talked about critical race theory and the fear that people are having because of the untruths that are being, that critical race theory is this monster and this boogeyman. And it actually comes out of the legal lens and the truth, which is being subjugated. And because we're teaching the truth, we can't have our children know the truth. So we are gonna have publicly funded charter schools. They're the escape hatch for the truth and the privatization of education, which will just lead us down the rabbit hole. How about another question? There was a question somewhere.
I'll be down in the front.
Okay, there we go.
I'd like to thank all of you for all of your comments so far. And my question is for Jamaica. I live in Schenectady, so I appreciate a lot of things you've been saying. I want to go back to when you talked about discipline. And you didn't mention, and I wonder if you could say a little bit for the benefit of our audience about restorative justice, restorative practices that I know are taking place in Schenectady, and how, if you've seen that making a difference in what you think that can contribute to a new way of thinking about school discipline.
I mean, the solution is not suspensions bill that, please let it pass. It is founded in the idea that, excuse me, one, there is a relationship that has been broken. So when a student acts out in class, that was a relationship with the teacher. So how are we going to repair that relationship? It is also about learning, what is the thing that the student should do differently? I'm upset. I shouldn't toss the desk. I should have a relationship with my teacher enough to be able to say, I need a break. And for that teacher to recognize, okay, hey, do you want to go talk to the counselor or whatever, right? So how do we repair that relationship? And it creates this system of trying to prevent, number one, right? So how are we addressing the needs of the student up front? And then when a harm has happened in any way, whether it's between two students, a student and a teacher, anyone, how are we going to repair that relationship? Some of the tools that are used is restorative circles, where students, when they all agree, right? Because one of the things about restoring a relationship is all parties have to be willing. And if someone is still feeling deeply like I can't talk to them, that hurt, then that can't happen. But that the students come together, there's a facilitator. We have restorative justice facilitators in our buildings that facilitate that conversation for them to repair the relationship that then prevents future acts. Cliques in middle school are really treacherous. And we're talking about young folks that are dealing with puberty and trauma and puberty and and trying to learn how to regulate their own emotions, identify their own emotions, and there's tenuous situations. So this restorative practice looks at the whole child and says, how can we allow them to be in this space going forward and not push them out of the space? I think the implementation matters, the resources available to actually implement matters, and that diversion programs are wildly successful. So if you have a student that has escalated to the point that they need a superintendent's hearing, by the way, first, you've already failed them because you did not intervene at an earlier time. When they get to the superintendent's situation, that opportunity to say, we recognize there's anger issues, there may be instability at home. What programs and services, if you take on this diversion program, we're going to lessen the amount of time for the suspension. We're going to work with community organizations to make sure that you have that support, whether it's with a psychologist or therapist or what have you, and get the student to a place where they are learning. So it has been great. I look forward to us having more funding to do more. And I think it's something within the community school model at large that we can actually find benefits from.
We have just a few minutes left, perhaps one more question.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the panel. Been very informative. I have some concerns around the misappropriation of a lot of funding in schools. There's a number of districts that are receiving substantial amounts of money and continue to receive more money, but they're not being held accountable. The other thing that I wanted to say is words matter. And there are a lot of tropes being passed around. There are a lot of statements that are being made by educators as well as other professionals that impact one's psyche, the children's psyche, the community psyche, the family psyche, as well as impacts how individuals just view people of color, for instance, and we continue to regurgitate these stereotypes and these self-fulfilling prophecies, such as school to prison pipeline. It puts a mentality and a stigma amongst our children as opposed to school to higher education and so forth pipeline. Or would one say rural, suburban and rural, heroin and opioid to suicide and mass shooting pipeline? No one would ever say that. But we allow it and we continue to communicate this. Words really matter and it impacts our children, just like saying black on black crime. We have to look at, as educators, as professionals, as clinicians, as attorneys, we have to really look at the words that we use and how that we have to start there and change how we communicate to our children, change how we communicate to each other, change all of these different stereotypes that we continue to push forward, that continue to foster racism in our community.
Understood. And point well taken. I mean, if you as attorneys, you talked about the Constitution and the Bill of Rights today and the words and the language, and that's what made, this country. We couldn't have it without those words. Words are important. And I think as we do this work, we will evolve because we have already, our lexicon has already changed in many ways. You talked about minority not being the word and being marginalized is a better way. I'm looking forward to the time when Black children aren't compared to white children. Why is that the standard we're looking for? But that's a long way off. We have come to the end of our panel, but I think Dan has a
10
comment.
seconds on the funding question. If it's a specific issue, both SED and the Office of the State Comptroller, oversee district funds. And if it is a specific issue, as opposed to like a policy of, I would encourage you have my information, reach out to either office.
10 more seconds. It's the importance of an engaged community. civic engagement, because there are elected representatives. That school board is an elected body that agreed to a budget, and then the voters voted on it. But understand that once that budget is complete, they're only voting about how much money to spend, not how it's spent. So the importance of having civic engagement in those communities, to be aware of the process when they're deciding on the budget before it gets to the ballot, is really, really critical.
I guess I'll add my 10 seconds. I think, you know, it does come down to accountability, and how do we get accountability? By, you know, the public being civically engaged, but also the educators holding, you know, their administrators accountable, holding their school boards accountable as well. So it's accountability full circle.
And my 10 seconds, as an education activist, I talked to you about education as justice. And one of the vision and part of the mission is to amplify the sense of urgency and elevate the work around education on the social justice agenda. And I believe that our panel today, our discussion this afternoon, this entire symposium, and the New York State Board Association, please, thank you so much for allowing us to do this. We are on the way. We have elevated the sense of urgency about education, and keep it moving. Thank you.
Okay, so we will have some closing remarks if you're ready. Please bear with us one moment. Have some closing remarks from Andrew Brown, past president of the New York State Bar Association.
I want to thank this last panel, and some of you know that I was the vice chancellor and acting chancellor in the state of New York right up until I became the president of the New York State Bar Association. So you can imagine how I was dying to chime in and address some of that. You all did a great job. Thank you. I know that we're getting late in the day, and I don't want to keep you much longer, so I will be brief. I have the privilege and honor of being the closer, and as in baseball, closers are supposed to be brief. So I will try to do that. I will do that. Having been past president of the New York State Bar Association and having been the president to create the task force, I am heartened to have sat here today and to have heard, listened to the level of commitment, conviction to these important issues that were addressed here today. And I want to thank all of you for attending today, all of you who are here in person, and all of you who have attended virtually. One of the most important things to do if you're the closer of a program is to give thanks and appreciation. And I want to take a moment to do that because it's in order. I want to start with thanking Judge Stein and Clotel Drakeford. Both of you have done so much to contribute and give back to the public good, and I thank you both for that. I also want to thank the Albany Law School and Government Law Center here at Albany Law School for all the good work that you do, and also Albany Law School for making it possible for us to use these wonderful facilities today. I want to thank all of the presenters. My God, you all came with your A game and you all delivered. And it's hard to talk about these important issues in a little bit of time. The fact is, if we devoted a full semester, we would still have much work to be done. But it's important for us to continue the conversation and address these important issues. I want to thank the New York State Bar Association for continuing to commit resources and staff and energy to these types of issues to address inequalities and inequities. And many of you have heard comments about the task force in the report. Here's a copy of it. Many of you have seen me with a live hard copy and have asked for a copy of it. I can't give you this one, but we can certainly make the report available to all of you, and some of you have read it, some of you have not. I strongly urge that you all please read it. The task force was led by two chairs, Lillian Moy and Taya Grays, and a team of men and women deeply committed to the importance of addressing inequities in our society. Thank you. Thank you all for the commitment and your effort. Now, much of you have heard, of what we've heard much about today is history. This was a significant part of history lesson. And that's important when we talk about these issues, the weighty issues of racism. You really can't understand where we are and the depth of the problem that needs to be addressed until you understand history. To know where you are at any point in time, you have to look back, see how you got there. And that's what's so important when we talk about issues of racism and the inequities and other ills that flow from racism. One of the things I want to do is also talk about history because it's American history. Some people think about racism and they picture somebody who looks like me being deprived of opportunities. If you view racism as someone else's problem, you're less likely to have the level of conviction needed to fix it. If you embrace a problem as yours, as ours collectively, only then will we be willing to devote the necessary energies, resources, dollars to fix it. So racism is not a Black issue, not an issue for people of color. It's an issue for all of us. Racism in America is American history. Don't think of what happened today as a discussion of Black history. It's not. It's American history. We all have to lay claim to it and own it. Then we will all get behind it together and do what has to be done to make the necessary changes. Now, again, back to the task force report just briefly. We spent a lot of time addressing history in this report, and it's excellent. It's excellent. My name has been mentioned in connection with it many times today, but I want to pass that on. The appreciation should not be upon me, it should be upon the task force members. They devoted the time and the energy to meet. I can't tell you how many meetings took place, perhaps hundreds. When you look at all the task force meetings and the committee and subcommittee meetings. If you look in this report, it discusses history. It tells how we got here today. And again, that's important. If you understand the level of depth of the problem, then you know how much work has to go into changing it. So please, if nothing else, get a copy of the report, read the report. I believe the history component of the first 60 pages or so, it's important. And if you'll indulge me, I'd like to just read a portion of it. And I promise not to keep you here too long, so I won't read as much as I would have liked. But when you put a lawyer behind a microphone, you ought to know you're going to run into trouble. And I teach at a law school, and again, you can run into trouble with the clock very easily. But let me just read a portion. The United States was founded on principles of justice, liberty, and the rule of law. At the time these principles were enshrined in our Declaration of Independence and Constitution, the only individuals in this country allowed to exercise the full rights of citizenship were approximately 20% of the population, white men with property. Since that time, as a nation, we have worked to expand the principles of justice, liberty, and the rule of law to those once excluded from exercising them. However, even with the addition of the 13th, 14th, 15th, 19th Amendments, Blacks and other people of color were consistently deprived of justice, liberty, and the rule of law for another 100 years. Why, we might ask? A significant number of white Americans held the belief that a person's race was a fundamental determinant of human traits and capacities, and those racial differences produced an inherent superiority of a particular race. This racist belief led to the systemic oppression of people of color to the social, economic, and political advantage of whites. The Civil Rights Acts of the 1960s addressed the policies, practices, and state laws enacted to exclude people of color from being able to exercise their rights as U.S. citizens. The Civil Rights Acts set the path forward. These groups were able to enjoy the privileges of citizenship and seek redress when deprived of these rights. Nevertheless, the acts could not undo the past. The deleterious effects of the 100 years of policies, practices, and state and federal laws that minimized economic opportunities, created substandard schools, medical care, housing, and infrastructure, and imposed greater criminal penalties on members of these communities. The acts did not root out the belief that race was a fundamental determinant of human traits and capacities that guided the development of these policies, practices, and state and federal laws, creating inequitable outcomes. As such, people of color still fall short of obtaining true equitable outcomes in the United States. Thus, the promise of unalienable rights, among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness belonging to all, as announced in the Declaration of Independence in 1776, has yet to be fulfilled. That gives you a sense of the gravity of the problem, gives you a taste. And that is why I thought it was so important to create this task force and to impanel it with the smartest and brightest members of our association. That was vital. We had to muster the resources because of the size of the problem. And we saw today that we have much work to do. We've just gotten started. So we talk about the persistence of racism. Inequalities, inequities have remained throughout time. The color of skin should not matter, but it does. Should the color of my skin be the measure of my opportunities? Should the color of my skin dictate what I can do, where I can live, my health status? It shouldn't, yet it does. To this day. The concept of race was created to give preferences and better opportunities to white people. That's why race was created. It's a social construct. It was fabricated. That's the purpose of race. That's the sole purpose. Over time, we've taken steps to provide equality, equal opportunity under the law. Many of you are lawyers. We study those laws. Many of you are law students. Thank you for being here. You continue to study those laws. We've had many civil rights acts, federal, state statutes enacted, but still, we're here talking about this issue today. By the time these efforts began in earnest and became embraced in earnest, the inequities were so baked in that they persist to this day. That is why I created the task force, to examine racism in every facet of American life. And I challenge you to name one facet of American life that is absent of racism. You won't be able to do it. And what we've talked about here today, we could have easily been together in California and had the same discussion. Michigan, Florida, Texas. It's an American problem. What we talked about here today is an American problem. We all have to own it. Only then will we see change. The report illustrates much of the work that remains to be done. It includes many recommendations. I don't have time to speak to them today. The inequities today that we talk about, the categorical inequities. Would they be different if we were having this conversation 100 years ago? 200 years ago? 300 years ago? Would we still be talking about the same categories of discrimination, inequities that we're talking about here today? Housing, healthcare, wealth opportunities, wealth building opportunities, economic opportunities. Weren't they the same problems that were being talked about in the 60s that led to the Civil Rights Acts? Weren't they the same problems that we could go back to and find in the 1800s, 1700s? Was there ever a time that we can look back and see an absence of inequities? Can't. Only when you fully understand that, fully take account of the history of that, will you understand the full gravity of the problem that we're dealing with. These inequities continue to stand in the way of a truly just society. And that is something we should all care about, lawyers and non-lawyers alike. So we are all impacted by racism and the ills that flow from racism. Again, it's our problem. It's an American story. It's baked into who we are. We have to all lay claim to it and own it together. We should all want a more just society, not only for ourselves, but our kids, future generations, people who aren't even born yet. It's part of our obligation. Many of us are lawyers. Who better to advocate for change? Who better? We speak as part of who we are. We write as part of who we are. That's what we do. Our whole stock in trade is advocacy. Whether we're doing it in front of people or writing it down, that's who we are. That's what we do. As a collective group, we are best equipped to address it. That's another reason why I thought it was important to create the task force, because we have to take it on. I also knew it was too big to address in a short period of time. I know that. That's why I'm so heartened that we're here today continuing to talk about it. Thank you, Clotel and Judge Stein, for making that possible. And I thank Albany Law School for its commitment to the effort in producing so many lawyers, advocates for change, including one of your products who we're immensely proud of, Clotel. Drake. I call upon future lawyers in the room, students here at the Albany Law School, to commit to the challenge, to the cause. And the fact that you are all here today says much about you. I ask that you remain vigilant to the cause. We all have a role to play. I call upon each of you to define your role and do your part. The advancement of equality and the erasure of inequities will finally lead to justice for all. I have been the beneficiary of others willing to change the state of inequity. I will continue to do all that I can to pay it back. Thank you all. Now,
Thank you all for joining us today. We hope you all get home safe. Don't remember to submit your evaluations, for those of you in person, to the CLE table by the elevator. For those of you who are here remotely, you will submit your CLE code on the Board Association's docs. I put the email in the chat if you need help.